Yo, 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 what up, girls? This one's for the girls today, boys. Sorry I'm late. I had to restart my computer like 2 times. But we made it. We're here. Trump's here. I mean, Jesus Trump is here, boys. How's everyone doing? You ready? Let's just get frickin' started, okay? Come on. Let's get going. I'm gonna go feed the kitty cats real quick. What up, dudes? What up, dudes? What you gonna do? What we gonna do? Probably watch some film and goof.
Pull the soul from a face without giving sources away. Bored of the basics, sick of Freemasons covering 4 bases. Forced to love it, so of course I hate it. Force of nature left my corpse on the pavement. Good form, even formal with floral arrangements. Hold up, I'm so chained to the floor of my basement. Killer's my safe word. I was born yesterday into a world that's
BRB, gonna go feed kitties.
Most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say brace for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor, I barely made it 7 whole days with ego and chains, a slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it, I'm a force that's delegated. Marked safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made, there is no getaway. When every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake? When they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase. Terrorism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some build-a-bears. Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy. I'm eating everything after the stomach's been feeling empty. It's in our nature to besiege the enemy. Y'all looking like 100 curves to a sports car. Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fighting wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox. Billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in the brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2. Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstein bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change.
Sacred spores, spinning stories sent from stellar skies. Sun speaking sermons, see the signals behind our closed eyes. Silhouettes of serpents, circle secrets in the stone. I'm sifting through the sands of time to set the spirit back to home. I'm sitting here doom scrolling, satellites surveilling sacred scenes. Step inside the stream, see the soul between the screens. Stillness in the syntax revealing the symmetry and signs. Synesthesia sparkling, systems stored beyond the mind. How bizarre. Seeker saga spiraling, something is set to shift. The shadow self surfacing, surfing to find the solar gift. Symbols sing in silence, scribed in statue, sky and skin. Admire your sovereign self, standing where the storm used to spin. We're scripting sacred sciences and summoning the source. Your soul's a simulation set to steer the spiral's course. Fuck all this alliteration, I sound like a soothsaying horse. Speaking parcel tongue to idiots, selling snake oil to snuff the hordes. Here, drink this, it'll make you super brave and help you hide your pain. Just a little meth pick me up to soothe Marco's drug-addled brain. The kids aren't alright and your job's to keep it that way. And if you're a good little boy, we'll make sure to hit the fucking vein. What's at stake besides Trump stakes? I'm taking tickets and bouncing nitwits. I'm itching to give the Lizzie some stones and some fucking stitches, but I see the apple sitting at the end of the Garden of Eden. It's our consciousness as one while we just sit and breathe in. Whew. I need to catch my breath. Hold on. We back at it, boys, don't give them a moment's rest to catch their breath. We cracking heads like ice and keeping our boots on their necks. Hey Kathy, hey Paul, do I have your attention now? McVeigh's in Plato's cave with Elvis reading Goodnight Moon out loud. Maybe to his clone or nephew, Tyler Hansen, the fittest fed earther. Or maybe Kathy's grandkid Colton could be the same fucking person. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist, as you'd say. But why does it feel like you want to cover up the connection between your friend Paul Wysopal and Timothy McVeigh, Kathy? Huh? Why you always running offense for Paul Wysopal, girl? We gotta know. As a grandmother of 2 murdered children, you're really doing a lot of work for Timothy McVeigh. Woo. You always say that you saw him die, but I don't know, man.
We're not sure.
Feels like you might have seen
Birds never
American
came, huh?
democracy die, and you
Didn't even
nothing,
care,
bro. So
what up, dudes?
Anyway.
How's it going?
Are you an Eastern Star? We gotta know that.
We gotta know,
too,
Kathy.
because, you know, they're connected
Come on,
to
Kath.
Freemasons and stuff. That would make a whole lot of sense.
Let us know, Kathy.
All right, but what do I know? This is just a little bit of
Locker room talk. Bye. All right, boys. What up? How's it going? How's everyone's day? Hope it was great. Yoga was good this morning and this afternoon. Love it. It was the first. It's so nice out. My afternoon Iyengar class is not heated, so it was the first day that we were able to open the frickin' back door into the, like, backyard area. Just having a nice little breeze up in there. Ooh-wee. It was nice. Yeah, wait, when's 420? What day is that on? Let's fucking go. It's Monday. Wait, today's episode 405? 6... 7. So it's only going to be 408, but that's okay. We'll have a 420 celebration. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then I think episode 420 is going to be on May 11th. So we'll have 2 420 celebrations, which is perfect. We'll do 420, 9/11 on the hour, both days. What up, dudes? Bro, it's 85 degrees up in this bitch. I love it. I'm living. The kitties are doing corpse season. They're laying on the ground. Yesterday, or no, it was a couple days ago, it was 40 degrees, and they're all laying on their heater mats like, Papa, it's so cold. It's so cold, I'm going to freeze to death. And now today it hits 85. They're sprawled out on the floor acting ridiculous. They're all begging me to shave them. They say, we don't want to wear our fur suits anymore, Papa. It is too hot. But yeah. Laura, you had a lazy day? Let's go, dude. Best kind of days. Long hot detox bath, and went to the chiropractor. Let's go. Health food store for some cheddar jalapeno sourdough bread, homemade root beer. What? Dude, that sounds great. Is it better than Culver's root beer? Probably. Never know, though. Never frickin' know. Sometimes people get a little weird with their homemade concoctions. What's
that
this?
guy who burned?
But yeah, anyway. Day going good. Nothing big to report. My frickin' seedlings are coming in good. Here, let me show you. My cucumbies are ready to go. See the void where they should be? Nice. I love when the seed gets stuck at the top of the leaves, and then you can just help it. Boop. Open up, buddy. But yeah, everybody paid their taxes, I hope. Make sure you did. Make sure you paid your pedophile taxes. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do pedophilia anymore. Make sure you get that fucking pedophile check in, boys. Explain the thumbnail. Oh, it's tax day. My mom texted me and said, "Did you pay your did you get your taxes submitted?" For sure. But this is just a representation of what all of your... If you don't pay your taxes, they can't do child trafficking anymore. They can't put people in cages anymore. They can't do they can't do mass kidnappings on the street anymore. They can't just shred your money. They can't burn your money. They can't drink people's tongues and eyes. They can't do nuclear bombs everywhere. They can't do drone strikes on everyone. They can't do lizard shit. So, look, this guy's got a phone that says tax, and they're taking him away. Yeah. Last year you got a tax warrant? The fuck is that? Can't tax a lot, lizard.
Down the warehouse, life in prison. Life in prison for destroying
Yeah, the lizards
property.
get to be tax exempt, boys. Make sure you pay your taxes. Israel's got to be able to defend itself, boys. Ooh, A&W has the best root beer. Not gonna lie, I love most root beer. You know what I really fuck with? Dad's root beer. It's hard to come by on the East Coast. Anyway, let's get moving.
Life. They want to give that guy who burnt down the warehouse life in prison. Life in prison for destroying property. Life in prison. Ghislaine Maxwell only got 20 years in prison for sex trafficking.
Bro, let's be real. She's gonna do maybe 4. How long has she been in? Like 2 years?
Hundreds of girls. Hundreds of children. This woman sex trafficked, and she got 20 years in prison. But this guy burned some toilet paper, and because the rich people are all upset about it, they're going to try to give him life in prison. Our entire system is immoral and disgusting. They're trying to give this man more time in prison than murderers get for destroying property. They want to give him more time in prison than anyone in the Epstein files will get. Ever. Even if they arrested everyone in the Epstein files and charged them, none of them would get life sentences because that's how fucked up our court system is. But man, if you destroy something that scares the owning class, life in prison. I hope this guy takes it to the jury, and I hope no one will convict this man. Life. They want to give that guy...
Wouldn't that be sick if the whole jury was like, I don't see any evidence that points to him doing it. They're like, bro, it's literally his Facebook account. It's a video on his iPhone. They're like, I'm not seeing it, dude. I mean, I get what you're saying, but y'all need to do a better job of laying it out for me, because I'm confused. Like, dude, doesn't it have to be unanimous? Wouldn't it literally just take one person doing that? Wouldn't it just take one stick in the mud being like, I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. Are you sure the CEO didn't do this for insurance money? They're like, he didn't even have the right insurance. Well, I mean, they are really greedy people, so that doesn't really say much to me. So I think it might have been the CEO who did it. That makes more sense to me. It's not like this guy got any financial incentive out of it. You know who else's root beer is pretty good? Sprecker's. I like A&W. Dude, I fucking love Culver's root beer, though. especially on the tap. Oh,
Guy who burnt down the warehouse, life in prison. Life in prison for destroying
0.6 million births a year.
oh yeah, dude. The cucks are pissed that children between the ages of 14 and 19 aren't having kids as high numbers as they used to.
But the problem is teens and young adults. From ages 15 to 19, the fertility rate is down 7%. And it's
Like, this dude didn't have 5 seconds to think about what he's saying and even just realize that maybe we might think it's weird even though he doesn't think it's weird. He's like, it's teens' fault. It's preteens' fault.
down 70% over the last 2 decades, meaning we're telling people that are young not to have babies, to wait till they're in a more stable life situation, till they're more financially secure, maybe they haven't found the right partner. We still have 3.6 million births a year, but the problem is teens and young adults. From ages 15 to 19, the fertility rate is...
I mean, these goons are never, ever going to beat the accusations, boys. Wait, I saw this video. I have no idea what it is. It's just this kid, this hacker kid, thanking the FBI for catching him. Let's see. What was this guy doing? This is why Anonymous isn't real. It's because the FBI just recruits all these little bitches.
I was so done. I'm so thankful I got caught. I really am.
Only on 5 tonight, the young hacker at the center of a massive data breach, sharing a warning for parents and teenagers about the dark path that turned his life upside down. It is a fear that's shared by top law enforcement here in Massachusetts and around the country.
5 Investigates Brittany Johnson is here with a revealing look into that hack and the fallout.
A pre-dawn raid landed Matthew Lane in federal custody after his hack put the security of 60 million kids at risk. Just 2 days before he reported to prison, he sat down with ABC News to issue a stark warning, saying many more teenagers are in danger of falling prey to the growing hacking trend.
I was just addicted to that. I was addicted.
Matthew Lane says that addiction started when he was just 14 years old. He wanted to be able to cheat on gaming platforms like Roblox.
You know, like you see other people, they're like, they got like crazy stuff in game, or they're, you know, killing you over and over again, like with like some crazy stuff. And like, you're like, how are they doing that? I want to do that. It's a very toxic and edgy corner of the internet.
But like others, learning how to hack games
Roblox hacking is a very toxic, edgy corner of the internet. Bro, I'm sorry, but these Gen Z kids, they gotta toughen up, man. They can't do anything. they can't even read, bro. Bro, did you guys see the millennials versus Gen Z fake war the last couple days? That shit was so funny. There was like one sweet little Gen Z girl that was like, hey, millennials, I'm going to try and put you guys onto the internet trends and teach you what us Gen Z are up to. And literally every millennial banded together to be like, bitch, we were on the internet before you were even fucking born. You guys don't even know what 9/11 is. You can't read. We fucking literally made, we were writing code in our MySpace before you had fucking diapers on. You guys literally can't order food and make direct eye contact with the cashier. Like, what are you gonna tell us? It was so funny, dude. Yeah, this fake ass dude, this kid has to just be a new FBI recruit. This is fake as fuck. Roblox hacking is a gateway drug. Exactly, dude. That's what they're like. They're like, this is worse than Fent, boys.
Opened a darker door where he could exploit online vulnerabilities for profit, and he's far from alone.
Yeah, he goes, I had a Game Shark for my N64. Now I'm a school shooter. Wah.
An ABC News investigation reveals the average age of arrest for a cybercrime in this country is now 19 years old. For Matthew Lane, that arrest came at Assumption College in the early morning hours of April 29th, 2025.
This man is pounding at my door saying, FBI, we have a search warrant for...
This man was pounding on my back door, yelling, "We have a search warrant for your root chakra. My name is Paul Weisopel and my partner, Peter Thiel. We got to come in and investigate your bussy."
Matthew Lane, you need to open this door right now.
He was charged with hacking
Fuck you. Fuck you, feds.
into Power School, a program widely used in school districts here and across the country. 60 million students and 10 million teachers had their sensitive information exposed and later ransomed. Lane pleaded guilty, and in November, he was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison. He tells ABC News he's glad he got caught.
And then you realize how much of an idiot you are for not thinking and, you know, realizing people care and love about you. And you just falling down this path of, like, absolute, like, turmoil. And
what did this pussy even do? Bro, this is what they wanted to turn me into with that intervention. They wanted to turn me into this little wallowing sack of shit. Ooh, dude, fucking get back to hacking, you little crybaby.
like,
Fuck the feds.
chaos and, like
He's like, this world is chaos. I was trying to get double wingy thingies on Roblox so I could fly through the air, and it just led me down the wrong path. Before I know it, I'm making child sexual exploitation content.
literally psychotic behavior, and, like, I'm honestly thankful for the FBI. You know, even the DOJ.
What is this puff piece, dude? Is this some Pam Bondi fucking... He's smiling. He knows this shit's funny, bro. This kid needs to smoke a cigarette, bro. He'll fucking die. His fucking brain will explode. He'll have a heart attack.
Like, I'm thankful for them, because I would have never stopped.
Lane says his mission now is to help other teens avoid his fate.
Whether it be, like...
Is this guy living in, like, some loft somewhere? He's living in a penthouse loft?
Their own devices, you know, their insecurities, you know, like, their mental health, you know, the upbringing, stuff like that. And they fall down this path of, you know, criminality.
This brother literally has said nothing. What did he even do? I hacked Roblox. I was on a path of criminality.
Like, I want to help kids not go down that path. I want to be a cautionary tale.
As for his own future, Lane is clear.
I think I need to go to prison for what I did. And I'm okay with that.
Use a
Power
bitch.
School, which is
Use a straight up bitch. I think you should go to prison too, but mostly just for being a bitch. Yeah, this is Fed slop.
more than 100 districts here in Massachusetts offered 2 years of credit monitoring and identity protection to anyone whose information may have been compromised. And they say they continue to work to support customers in the aftermath of this breach. Brittany Johnson, 5 Investigate.
Incredible. Oh boy. Have you seen these, bro? I've seen a couple of these. This shit is so fucking funny. I need more of this. More! Give me more!
Why aren't you fighting to give the people health care? Because I get bribed by greedy billionaires not to.
Yeah, that was some crisis actor son. Straight up gay.
Why aren't you fighting to give the people health care? Because I get bribed by greedy billionaires not to.
I love when he kicks him through the floor. Dude, this is what AI is for. This is what AI was created for. Nothing else. This too.
All you had to do was give us health care.
He's got green eyes.
All you had to do was give us health care.
Oh my god. One more time. Yeah, get him, Luigi.
All you had to do was give us health care.
Okay, one more. Wait, let's make this one big.
Dow is over 50,000. Nobody cares about the Dow.
This is the best one. Get ready.
Nobody cares about the down mile protector.
Fucking epic style, bro. Sorry, Pam. You guys, it's not cool to fight women unless it's Pam Bondi. You can fight Pam Bondi. Okay, here, guys, just so you know, hey, all of the astronauts that went up to space, they got trained in DSLR, okay? They got trained in camera. And you can tell from all the photo they took. Amazing photo. No vines, no video, no time lapses, no live streams outside of the shitting room. But we got 1 or 2 iPhone photos, and we got one DSLR shot of the full moon, which a kid could have gotten from a telescope. But they were trained in picture, okay?
Become an astronaut or an astronaut candidate, we give them about 4 to 6 hours of camera training to kind of bring them to a basic level.
Like, I'm sorry, too. 4 to 6 hours is what they give in training these people. I mean, truly, what the fuck else are these astronauts going up to space for? They're not touching the moon. They clearly aren't doing experiments or fucking literally anything besides shitting and eating. That's all they did up there. They shat and they ate. They ate their fucking powdered shrimp or whatever. Like, and then they got 4 to 6 hours of camera work training. No wonder we only got 2 pictures.
And then, depending on what they do for the next few years before they get assigned, they may have some classes. They can check out cameras and take them home. But once they get assigned, we have about 10 classes that we give them, so about 20 hours-ish. You know, you go into these missions and you don't really know exactly.
Look, they shot a black void picture. Amazing.
What you're going to see. And we train the crew up.
Yeah, they broke the toilet 4 times. What did they do? Send my dad to space?
To a certain level, and we train them to be able to solve problems. But really what they did was really exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. When they first become an astronaut or an astronaut candidate, we give them about 4 to 6 hours.
Oh, who made those? Here, hold on. Can't stand it. I'm off the planet. Oh, shit. I just spilled some honey water. Fuck. I didn't spill the whole thing, though. Thank God. Here, watch this a couple times until I get a rag. Free us, Luigi.
Dow is over 50,000. Nobody cares about the Dow mile protector. Dow is over 50,000. Nobody cares about the Dow mile protector.
Here you go. Let's see if they have more. They got a bunch.
So we've created bots that steal jobs, poison the water and air, and make kids dumb. But what's next?
What's next is everyone gets homes and health care.
Fucking kill him, Luigi.
So we've created bots that steal jobs. So we've created bots that steal jobs, poison the water and air, and make kids dumb. But what's next?
What's next is everyone gets homes and health care.
I'm not sure why that one was posted
we
twice.
created bots
Or 3 times.
Alex Preddy and Nicole Good were radical leftist terrorists who should have stayed out of the Gestapo. Sorry, I mean ISIS way.
Stop spending my healthcare money on putting immigrants in detention centers and killing Americans. Why don't you come over here and make me?
Incredible, dude. Dude, that'd be sick if he kicked his fucking head off. Nice, Luigi. Bro, we gotta go get Luigi out. Okay, tell me this fucking...
Some of us have never...
Bro, this astronaut is... This astronaut is still wearing his fucking costume from Halloween City. Party City.
And you know whose fault that is? Ours. So let's choose to do this. Let's be...
This dude's fucking home, and he's still wearing his goddamn fake-ass clown uniform.
this more. Let's be neighbors. I don't know if you heard me say it, but God told us to love him with all that we are and love our neighbors as ourselves. That's right.
Why are you wearing your costume still? Are you still on the clock?
I love you, and we love you. Some of us have never met before, and you know whose fault that is? Ours. So let's choose to do this. Let's be this more. Let's be neighbors. I don't know if you heard me say it, but God told us to love him with all that we are and love our neighbors as ourselves. That's right.
What? Does the moon not rotate on an axis? Yes, it does. Dude, the weirdest thing, Peppa, is that it rotates on an axis to stay Wait, right? The moon's... Yeah, it spins... It has to spin, what? Perfectly one spin the same as the Earth? Because we see the same face always. I guess maybe it doesn't spin on its own axis, it spins around us. But I think the face always stays exactly pointed at us, which is literally insane. To think that that happened by a planet or something hitting the Earth, ejecting enough mass to create the moon, which then just forms into a perfect ball. And then it perfectly spins around us, keeping the same exact face pointing at us. That makes no fucking sense. Geosynchronous orbit, when it orbits around a thing, yeah. Yeah, it's spinning at the exact speed it's orbiting. So I guess, right, it does turn once in a day. But it's always got the same face pointing at us. Yeah, it's a bit sussy, I'm gonna say. I mean, and then you go, oh yeah, and it's the exact perfect size to do an eclipse. I mean, bro, what are the odds of that happening by chance? I would say literally 0. Impossible. Right? Like, that's not crazy to be like, no, literally, that's impossible. It only spins once every 28 days? I guess the moon isn't going around us completely in one day, right? No. Oh, yeah, and guys... I forget if we showed it, but this was the porthole that they can see the sun and the moon and the Earth from. They went all the way up there just to look through a fucking keyhole. Look at this. Like, dude. That's it, boys. Like, dude, don't they even have a picture of her, of what's her face, the Koch brother, up with her head up against glass that seems much bigger than this? Like, the layout of this ship doesn't make any sense. There's one little window. What's the point of fucking going? You think they are trying to divide, they, TM, are trying to divide our generation so we're less powerful, which blows. Our generations have way more in common than past sequential gens. Who are you talking about? With us and the boomers? Or us and Gen Z? Is that what the Gen Z trying to teach us how to use the internet? Was that what they were doing? Was trying to divide us? Millennials are the largest generation. They've been trying to socially isolate that experience from other gens since boomers started dogging on us. Def feel like they are using Gen Z. And dude, Gen Z, I love Gen Z, but oftentimes they act like boomers, bro. they fucking train these Gen Z to be a bunch of rabid dogs sometimes. But no, we're going to take them under our wing. We just got to do a little bit of trolling. You got to do a little bit of trolling sometimes. Any dumbass means of getting people to infight and ignore the Lizoids preying on the kids of every generation. Yeah. We like to do a little bit of trolling. Not much, just a little. Oh no. What the fuck is this? Jeffrey is McLovin.
To Palm Beach Pete? Yeah. You want to be any more obvious, Jeff? Nah, they let you pick any name when you get down there. And you landed on Palm Beach Pete? Yeah, you like it? No, I don't.
Fucking A, dude. I almost spit my honey water out at my computer. Holy shit. Why is Diddy in this?
Fucking like it. That's the most Scooby-Doo shit I've ever heard. Relax, relax. The fake ID's not for his age. It's in case someone questions who he is. What's your name? My name is Palm Beach Pete. Dude, this guy thinks we're stupid. So, Palm Beach Pete, how old are you?
This is so good.
Old enough? Yeah, no shit. Let me see that ID. Seems legit to me. Wait, really? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean? There's a spider, look! You changed your name to Palm Beach Pete.
Fuck yes, dude. Charlie Kirkenuanly fucking got Palm Beach Pete free. This video's peak.
Yeah. You want to be any more obvious, Jeff? Nah, they let you pick any name when you get down there. And you landed on Palm Beach Pete? Yeah, you like it? No, I don't fucking like it. That's the most Scooby-Doo shit I've ever heard. Relax, relax. The fake ID's not for his age. It's in case someone questions who he is. What's your name? My name is Palm Beach Pete. Dude, this guy thinks we're stupid. So, Palm Beach Pete, how old are you? Old enough? Yeah, no shit. Let me see that ID. Seems legit to me. Wait, really? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean? There's a—
You've been practicing. Are you talking about my Trump? We do a little bit of trolling. It is getting good. I'm gonna have to take this shit on the road pretty soon, boys.
Caroline Leavitt told him to say...
Oh my god, dude. I think this is so true. Have you heard about this? People think that Caroline Leavitt told Trump to say that the photo was doctored, and he came out and said that he's a doctor. Bro, he's stupid. He's a dumb guy. He be dumb. Like, truly dumb. Super dumb.
That the photo was doctored, but he called himself a doctor instead because he has dementia. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience.
Like, dude, big true. This feels true. I know it's true. He goes, what? He goes, I don't even look like a doctor. Okay, Caroline. Caroline told me to say I'm a doctor.
Working in home health care treating geriatric patients who say confusing shit all the time. It's being reported that Caroline Levitt told him to say, that picture's doctored. And of course, he nailed it. Just like he nailed it when they said, tell them it's a military incursion. And he said, military excursion. Same thing. When they told him they're coming to this country to seek asylum.
Dude, this whole asylum thing, this I think is the same thing. I remember being like, when he'd always be like, these Mexicans are coming from insane asylums. And I'm like, why is he saying, what do you mean crazy Mexicans are breaking out of insane asylums and coming to America? No. People are saying they're seeking asylum, and he's going, they're from insane asylums. We live in a circus, bro. America is a giant clown car.
Asylum. And then he said, they're coming here from insane asylums. Same thing. The son of a bitch has dementia. Yeah. Frontotemporal dementia. His frontal lobe and temporal lobes are shrinking inside of his skull. A lot of you sound really hopeless in the comments, like, oh, this is too slow. You know, they're not doing enough. Why don't they do this instead of that? Brother, listen. This is fucking insane. Do you understand? It's accelerating. He is going to self-destruct. Now it's an 8-day window where I believe he either leaves the land of the living because he aspirates on a Big Mac, because that's the most common cause of expiring for people with frontotemporal dementia, or they will impeach or 25th.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't really know. I don't really buy the dementia thing. I think he's just always been this stupid. He's just a stupid, idiot Nepo baby. Nepo babies are dumb. They're very stupid people. All of them. Literally all of them. Bro, they couldn't find their way out of a paper bag. They're so fucking stupid.
Amendment his ass. They've already begun the process. And I understand if you say 8 days isn't a whole lot of time for all that to happen. Brother, have you seen what he's been doing? He's attacking his own supporters. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Caroline Levitt told...
Thank you for your attention to this matter. Guys, did you know that the person who runs Palantir in the UK is literally Oswald Mosley's grandson? You know, everybody knows Oswald Mosley, right? Everyone remembers Peaky Blinders? This fascist fuck? This guy was trying to be Hitler of the UK, and everyone fucking hated him because he's got a cringe-ass mustache. Here, this is who plays Oswald in Peaky Blinders. Remember him? Yeah, his grandson is the one who's in charge of Palantir UK. Doesn't that make so much sense? Doesn't that make everything just click into place? Guys, and I thought I was nuts for thinking that the Nazis actually survived and their grandkids are just running everything now. But then every once in a while you have little things like this, or Peter Thiel, you know, the Lebensborn clone of Hitler, or Alex Karp, all these Nazis, Elon Musk, Mr. Beans, all these fucking Nazis, dude. Their grandparents had direct ties to the Nazi party, and now they're like in charge of everything. It's so fucking weird.
Is Lewis Mosley. He is the Executive Vice Chair and UK Head of Palantir Technologies. His grandfather was Oswald Mosley, the leader of the British Union of Fascists. The video about Oswald Mosley on the 16th of March. You can find that by searching on this platform, Ali MacForever, Oswald Mosley, or going to this link on YouTube. The Mosley family show up on enclosure records as early as 1596.
enclosures when they started being cucks and making everyone do feudalism. Because before, everyone was just farming on the land and there was no rules. It was great. Then a bunch of rich cucks decided to start squaring off the land and going, well, actually, I own this. I own this because I have guns. I own this because I'm going to cut your head off with a sword if you don't listen to me. And then now, those same people, their families, currently own everything. Weird.
1629.
But don't look into generational wealth, guys. Don't look into taxing that.
Parliament.
Dude, being a Nepo baby and having tons and tons of money from birth doesn't give you a leg up against everyone else. Don't be a baby.
Had to charge the Mosleys with oppression for the violent methods that they were using to enclose the common land in Manchester. Enclosures took common land that everybody farmed and put it into private hands. And in 2023, NHS England signed a deal with the new generation of Mosleys to take your private confidential health data and put that in private hands. The contract is 586 pages long, but the section about your personal data is redacted. And when patients tried to exercise their legal right to opt out, NHS England told them that that right did not apply. The Good Law Project has had to fight on your behalf to get that reversed. The Mosleys enclosed the Commons by force in the 1600s. The Commons this time is your NHS data, but it's exactly the same operating logic. Take a collective resource that was built by working people and place it under private control. Palantir's violent enclosure of the NHS started in 2019. On the 2nd of...
And dude, isn't that so interesting? Yeah, basically, that is exactly what they've been doing since. Privatizing public shit is just enclosing it. These cucks have been doing the same thing for hundreds of years. The same bullshit their dumb, ugly, wiener dick families have been doing. We gotta kill all these motherfucking people, dude. You know, metaphorically, of course.
July 2019, Lewis...
I don't think they stop. I don't think they stop if you go, look, this is bad. They go, oh, yeah, you're right, it's bad. We're not going to do it again. 50 years later, doing it again.
Mosley hosted a private dinner where the guest of honour was Lord David Pryor, the chairman of the NHS. Using Freedom of Information requests, the Bureau of Investigative Journalism...
Yeah, the health data's for eugenics. As soon as that starts happening, it's over. Yeah. I mean, it is happening. Dude, what do you think? I mean, that's what all the Epic health systems and all of... Like, literally all of our public health file shit are on, like, 3 different platforms now. It's like Epic, and then what's the other one? There's a couple of them. That's it. And I think Palantir has access to all of them.
Was able to obtain the internal emails. And the day after this private dinner, Pryor emailed Mosley directly. Thank you for such an interesting dinner and also for the watermelon cocktails. If you can see where...
Dude, these dumb bitches can be bribed and plied with literal Shirley Temples. They go, oh... Your grandpa was Oswald Mosley? Can I suck your cock?
Where you could help us structure and curate our data so that it helps us deliver better care and provides a more insightful database for medical research. Do be in touch. So whatever they put in the watermelon cocktails had clearly worked on him. That is the chair of the NHS England personally inviting a CIA-founded surveillance company to just come and structure the NHS data. Later that month, Mosley writes again to...
Ugly bitch. Look at this ugly bitch, dude.
Pryor, this time offering a software demonstration and an introduction to the CEO, Alex Karp. This time he CCs Matthew Gold, former British ambassador to Israel, who at this point in the timeline was the incoming CEO of NHSX. NHSX.
Watermelon sugar high. I like fucking guys at a Palantir Expo. 'Cause my grandpa was a Nazi.
X was announced in June 2019 by Matt Hancock. Matt Hancock was the health secretary from July 2018 until June 2021. NHSX was sold to the public as driving digitization across healthcare. They pitched this as public investment in public capacity. But all it ever did was outsource. The Tories' institutional instinct was not to build, but to buy. But actually it's worse than that, because what they did was sold you out. Rather than building the internal expertise or actually funding the NHS properly, Hancock decides to hand the problem to a private company and then call that transformation. But what else can you expect from someone who left office and went on I'm a celeb? NHSX was designed to be technically incapable of ever managing its own data. Hancock set up this body and then appointed people who were already in Palantir's pocket. Then, in December 2020, he uses emergency powers to hand Palantir a no-bid contract worth £23.5 million.
And bro, that's what they were doing. What did she say? March 2020? So like 3 months into COVID, 4 months into COVID, this is what they're doing? Yeah, and Palantir and Jeffrey Epstein had nothing to do with COVID. Yeah, dude, COVID was all just to consolidate all of this medical data, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense, because like, dude, they must got a big old eugenics project coming down the pipe. Right? Yeah. The best way to scare a Tory is to read and get rich. What song is that? Mother, yeah. This song goes so fucking high. I better not get in trouble for this shit.
15 hours, 5 days a week. My mother worked 16 hours, 6 days a week. My mother worked 17 hours, 7 days a week. The best way to scare a Tory is to read and get rich.
We should also light all their shit on fire and make them scared physically. But also reading and get rich is, I guess, okay. I mean, fuck the getting rich. Read and burn their shit down.
I'm just sitting here looking at pretty colors. I don't know. I'm just sitting here looking at pretty colors. I don't know. I'm just sitting here looking at pretty colors. Mother. Fucker.
Fucker.
My mother worked 15 hours, 5 days a week. My mother worked 6 days a week. My mother worked 17. The best way to scare a Tory is to read it.
Idols rules, dude.
The best way to scare a Tory is to read and get rich. The best way to scare a Tory is to read and get rich. I don't know. I'm just sitting here looking at pretty colors. I don't know. I'm just sitting here looking at pretty colors. I don't know. I'm just sitting here looking at
Mother fuckers. Fuckers. What up, Dream? Yeah, this song fucking rules.
Sexual violence starts and end with rape. It starts in our books and behind our school gates. Men are scared of my life in their face. Whereas when I'm scared, it's their last language.
Hell yeah, bro. Alright. Calm down, everybody.
The 330 million Palantir contract that
frickin' warm
Parliament
up in
debates
here.
tomorrow, the 16th of April 2026, is the direct inheritance of Matt Hancock's bad choices. Then, in January 2020, Lord Pryor organised a trip to San Francisco with a group of senior NHS experts to receive a demonstration of Palantir's new Foundry software. That same month, Mosley hosts the International Trade Secretary Antonia Romeo at Palantir's private pavilion at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Briefing notes prepared for Romeo told her to mention NHSX, reference Pryor's San Francisco visit, and offer Palantir help with UK recruitment, real estate and visas. This is senior British trade officials being instructed in writing to accommodate a private US technology company who is seeking NHS data. On the 11th of March 2020, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. The same day, Dominic Cummings and the NHS Chief Executive Simon Stevens convened an emergency meeting with technology companies including Palantir, Google and Microsoft. 1 day later, Palantir signs its first NHS contract. This contract...
Bro, I just sent out the bat signal to Milo. Let's fucking go, dude. There better not have been an accidental nip slip. I'm very protective of them big floppy pancake nips.
Contract valued at £1 and signed in 2020 is corruption. They used pandemic emergency powers to hand your medical records to a private American surveillance company. The NHS is normally required to run an open competition before awarding any contract. The process is supposed to be that any company can enter that bid and the best offer is who wins. That process exists to prevent cronyism and to ensure that public money is spent fairly.
Brother, this all sounds like kind of coordinated almost. It seems like Palantir just slipped in right at the perfect time, dude. That's crazy. They must have just anticipated some global pandemic happening. What luck for Palantir, right? I mean, I know there's no conspiracies because that would involve people working behind the scenes against us together. But sometimes it really do be feeling like that, right? Like that they would create a global pandemic to get everyone on one fucking healthcare Palantir system. But that's just my irrational brain spinning out.
And so to get around that procurement process...
The nips are safe with Stream, hell yeah.
The Conservative government
I'm gonna
launched
go back
something
and
called
delete it after
G-Cloud
Stream.
11. The government says that G-Cloud 11 is a central procurement framework used by public bodies to buy pre-approved cloud hosting software. If you work for the government and your department needs something, if you buy it from one of these G-Cloud 11 suppliers, you don't have to run a public procurement process. But what it really does is concentrate power in a small group of big vendors who are less accountable now. They're pre-approved. This is a process where instead of the department looking for local vendors and doing proper procurement work, the procurement options come pre-vetted by somebody further up the chain. Rather than serving local need with local vendors, Procurement decisions across the government's tech stack are being made at the top level, where lobbying and influence and relationships and ideology are making the choices for everyone. This has created a dangerous feedback loop where Palantir and Oracle and Amazon...
Yeah, dude, how do we build a citizen internet? We need it, bro. Can we make the internet that they make in Silicon Valley, the TV show? Because you guys remember that's what they do at the end of Pied Piper. Doesn't it become a peer-to-peer like internet that it's bouncing the internet off of each other's phones instead of running through the power, you know, the, what is it called? The ISPs, like internet lines or whatever. Yeah, where are the smart people? They're all dead, dude. Please build us an independent internet. They can't outlaw a separate internet. No, but they could kill everyone who could do it. For sure. I see Cat Dad working at a bookstore. I would. There's this bookstore that I love that's in my neighborhood called Quimby's, and it has the cutest little kitty cat. Her name is... Shoot, I'm blanking. I don't see her quite as often as Blanca. Poor Panda. I miss Panda, dude.
Are winning more and more government work, and that gives...
If I find Panda again, I might steal him. Might do it.
Them more case studies, more certifications, and more leverage to pass the next round of framework tests. By October 2020, Palantir's initial £1 NHS contract had been extended to £1 million. And Hancock met them again, this time for a demo of the new Foundry tool. By December, NHS England, led by Matt Hancock, had signed a new £23.5 million 2-year contract with Palantir. This time, not as a COVID emergency measure, but as a longer-term arrangement covering NHS data management, including Brexit planning and general business intelligence. In 9 months, Palantir had gone from £1 to 23.5 million. No competitive tender, no open market process. By September 2021, they were a year into their latest contract, and Lewis Mosley sends an internal company email with the subject line, "Buy our way in." This email described Palantir's strategy for expanding its NHS presence by buying up smaller companies that already had NHS relationships in order to take a lot of ground and take down a lot of political resistance. Palantir later said that the language in this email was regrettable. But he's still the head of UK. Throughout this entire period, Palantir retained Global Counsel as...
Oh, there's a Quimby's in Chicago, too? Yeah, it's like a zine store. Anarchist leftist space, for sure. It's cool.
As its UK lobbying and advisory firm. Global Counsel was founded in 2010 by Peter Mandelson and Benjamin Wegg Prosser. Peter Mandelson was the Director of Communications for the Labour Party from 1985 to 1990. He is the person who rebranded Labour into New Labour, the media-friendly, television-ready Tony Blair political operation. His corruption saga stands alone. You know who he is. He's in the Epstein files. But this one was also strategic comms for New Labour. Both of these men were...
Oh, so apparently the owner of the Chicago Quimby's opened up the one here in 2017. They share no financial relationship. I don't know what that means. And because Quimby's is located near to Desert Island Comics, it doesn't sell comics or graphic novels. That's kind of nice. That's sweet of them.
Blair New Labour Communication Advisors. Global Counsel was set up to advise private companies on how to navigate public sector procurement. It took Palantir as a client in 2018. This is Matthew Swindles. Between 2016 and 2019, he was the National Director for Commissioning Operations and Information at NHS England. That role was effectively the NHS's first ever CIO, Chief Information Officer. It gave him authority over NHS digital strategy and the technology systems that the NHS adopted. Around 2018, he was promoted to Chief Operating Officer. That's the number 2
Pussy Fart said, "Glory to the resistance." Amen, dude. Indeed. Glory be, queef.
Position in the NHS. In July 2019, he resigned and joined Global Council. And his portfolio is health and life sciences, including Palantir. He did that job until 2022, and he is still on Palantir's Health Advisory Board. Since 2022, he has been the chair of 4 major NHS trusts simultaneously. That's a conflict of interest. Those trusts use Palantir. This is Lewis Mosley. He is the executive vice.
Hell yeah, Ally Mac forever. Good job. Bro, okay, here's the greatest AI video. Sam Tripoli posted this.
Your reckoning has come. What is this?
He just Balrogged his ass, dude.
Your reckoning has come.
He just Gandalf the Great his ass. Bro, Jeebus gonna be mad, I'm saying.
Your reckoning has come.
I love this punch, is great. This punch is so good.
Your reckoning has come. What is this?
Oh, cool. Your buddy is the one who owns the one in Chicago. That's sweet. Do they have a kitty? Here, let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, here
What's
she
the
is.
most difficult part of running a bookstore, you think?
This is Gracie.
Yeah,
Gracie's
Gracie.
been here about 4 or 5 years.
Dude,
Came off
she's
the
such a sweetie too. She's a big chunk.
streets of the Bronx. I kind of didn't want a cat, but my friend who has rescued many cats brought her in. She instantly was like rubbing her face on my face, and it was meant to be. She's pretty famous now. She's on the cover of Shop Cats of New York, and people come in to see her a lot. Yes, she's a perfect bookstore cat. We're a very small bookstore, but I have fit a lot into this space. My good friend Miles designed this room in the back, the tarot room. We do have tarot readings here. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful room, and it fits into my maximalist decor. Our book selection, it's very curated. It's kind of underground, and we are the only store that really sells zines.
Can you tell us a little bit of a crash course on zines?
Zines are small, self-published magazines, generally created out of somebody's real passion for something. Maybe it's cooking or graffiti or punk rock, and it has that do-it-yourself ethos of punk rock where you don't need to have a lot of money or a lot of experiences, you can just do it, and that's really, really important to me. We are at 536 Metropolitan in Williamsburg, and we are opened every single day.
What's the most difficult part of running a bookstore,
Gracie.
you think?
Gracie be loving these floors, dude. She always laying on them. Yeah, that's my favorite thing is all of the shop cats that are just big. That's what Blanca, the grocery store cat, she keeps hiding in the basement. She hasn't come out the last few times. I keep calling her and walking around, and I keep asking the cashiers, I'm like, where's Blanca? I said, ¿Dónde es Blanca? ¿Dónde está Blanca? And they say, downstairs.
This is Gracie.
Gracie's so cute, dude. One more time. Poor Donald. Poor Donald. All right, you want to have a little fun? Let's watch a little boy. What the fuck's boy going on about?
You know, we like to watch a lot of doomsday preppers, a lot of gun guys, you know, just a lot of just like exciting men who are prepared to do violence to protect their homes. But I think we've actually come across the king of the preppers.
Yes.
He has done things you can't even imagine or really understand.
Just the most unhinged, probably the craziest man we've ever found.
My favorite cats too are the kind that are big and they look like they got kind of tiny heads. Gracie kind of looks like she got a tiny head.
Either way, he's fucking terrifying, so come watch him with us.
If you're watching this video, I'm either dead or I've been captured.
I'm going to share with you what it's like to deal with Latin American gangs from personal experience.
I'm going to talk with you today about how to carry a knife in non-permissive environments. What is a non-permissive environment? Any place that you really shouldn't have a knife.
What you're about to hear may sound like a new action movie, but this is the story
She's like a daycare.
of my life.
Right now, I'm going to discuss
Like my wife giving birth to my son.
traveling abroad, being a convicted felon in the United States. We're in a beach in Israel.
Boo. Lori, you only have normal size cats? I know, right? You got to get the sausage ones. I hate a cat, fucking cat that's like regulated with its food intake. I don't know what people are crazy when they're like, oh, cats don't overeat. What are you talking about, dude? All feral cats overeat. Oh my God, Calcifer. Yeah, Calcifer's the king of the Orange Boys. He's definitely got a tiny head. Or Teeb. You guys know Steeb with his... He's always biting his lip like this and resting his neck on shit. Hold on, let's find Teeb for a second. Yeah, let's see Teeb. Look at this big old man. Look at this monster. Huge body, tiny head. Ancient boy. He literally can't not have his lips tucked into his teeth. What's Calcifer's mom's name? There he is.
His name is Calcifer,
And I love him so much.
He's a tiny little ham,
And he likes to give headbutts. Calcifer.
Calcifer, he is the
Bro, Calcifer loves his mom so much, it's crazy.
Me. Calcifer. Calcifer.
You have a 20-pound cat? I need to see.
His little head down because he's the cutest ham in town. Oh my goodness, you just love your theme song, huh, bud? Oh yes. And
Look at
that
him.
handsome, healthy chin. You just look so good, bud. And you were so good at the vet this week. It was just such a good week for the ham, huh?
He's perfect, boy.
And now we have a full week.
He might be the best behaved orange boy in history. What up, better try again?
Convicted felon everyday carry. I mean, he seems pretty fucking cool. Private security contractor in Latin America. Oh my God. So he's like a mercenary, and then he comes back home to America and just films like influencer stuff.
Yeah, but this is not the guy we should be making a video on. Making fun of this guy that's gonna...
Well, I mean, what if we just watch him and we say everything's good?
We love you.
This is really cool.
Very cool. Much cool.
A couple people have asked me what to do in a riot recently. There's been riots going on. Greg here, Bone Tactical, by the way. It's super important that you learn Gray Man Theory, okay? And there's nowhere else on YouTube that you can learn the real Gray Man Theory other than my channel. So
The Gray Man. We always hear about them talking about Gray Man.
Oh, this is
so you blend in, so no one suspects you, but secretly you have like a fucking howitzer.
Yeah. This man's not a Gray Man though, because this is the man I would suspect.
Yeah.
Watch my Gray Man Theory videos.
Anything goes down, with weapons or, you know, stabbing, I'm looking for the guy in the Hawaiian shirt and the knee pads. For sure.
It's a playlist, Gray Man Theory. It's incredibly, it's life-changing information.
I just don't think a guy who looks like this kind of like jacked, bearded man, there's a very limited amount of situations which he looks normal.
Especially not in Honduras.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, you are obviously a mercenary. Like, I don't know. I feel like a guy like this is either a mercenary in South America or just like a guy in a gay bar.
What up, Jen?
Look what's
TK.
going on around you. Those
What up,
guys, like I said,
Forbidden
for the
Merch?
Nationalist Party were wearing red, so I would chant that saying, okay? And then I would have to throw on some red, or at one point in time I had to cross over a bridge. I was protecting a load. I was working private security, moving stuff from point A to point B.
What is it? Come on, dude. What is that?
What kind of stuff?
That? These people are protesting and you're doing like weapons shipments to the government or some shit. Like, what?
And also, you don't blend in. If you're on the back of a truck and you're like, got a red bandana, they're not going to be like, that guy protecting the weapons. That's fine.
He's one of us.
He's one of us. Let him through.
Let him through the government soldiers. Let's watch another one. This is ridiculous.
Fortifying a place of residence. Yeah, let's watch that one.
Hey guys, Greg here, Bone Tactical. Today we're going to talk about home hardening. We're going to talk about...
This is not tactical. He's wearing a peg.
Home hardening? Bro, everything they talk about is super gay. Like, do they not realize it? Yeah, what's up with the pegboard, dude? What are we gonna do? French cleat system? We're gonna do a French cleat, what is it called? Holster?
Board that I have in my garage on his fucking shirt.
Dude, I don't know who has it, but someone always has an alarm that goes off at 7:32. I wonder why. What's at 7:32? I guess everyone probably would think it's weird that if they heard my alarm go off at 9:11 every night.
Got my pegboard here. I can put a hammer or a screwdriver. Whatever.
Yeah, what the
on there
fuck?
As well. It's kind of like a mood board. Yeah, it is just a pegboard with cable tied piece of like vinyl or something. That is
Or leather.
I like his house though. The fucking aesthetics.
Pretty. It does not look very hard. It looks like you can knock it down with a rock. He has not hardened this house. Maybe he's going to show us how he hardens this house.
We're going to talk about some things that you can do to strengthen your place of residence against threats. Threats of violence, threats from humans, threats of things of that nature.
Yeah, imagine how much of an arsehole you have to be like, people are going to want to break my door down and murder me.
Yeah.
It's just a normal thing that everyone goes through.
Yeah.
It's just a very common problem. That's why I have so many subscribers.
Yep.
What's at 9/11? Never forget, dude. It sounds like you forgot.
We're not all like antisocial psychos. This is just a thing that normal people worry about.
But to talk a little bit about where I'm at, this is a property here in...
Oh, birth control alarm? That makes sense. Yeah, you're probably right. It's like when someone's home.
in Honduras that we were able to acquire because this area, this farm, got so dangerous for the locals that were living here that we were able to basically acquire it at a very low price.
No. Here's my assumption of what has happened.
How did he acquire it?
You got these farmers. They were kicking up a stink because obviously the coffee production in South America is really, really exploitative. Maybe they were trying to unionize. Maybe they were trying to fight, and the government fucking clears them all out. And there's like a low intensity civil war there. Everyone has to flee, and then the mercenaries get the properties.
And the mercenaries are hired by the people, the $1 billion company that owns it.
Yeah, so but it's like, oh, there was some fighting between coffee workers and someone, maybe me. Maybe they were fighting me and I took their house.
We're gonna really do some home hardening out here, and I'm gonna talk to you.
Wait, you hate this man's aesthetic? Or are you talking about the boys?
You guys and share with you guys about those things that you can do. This area is very dangerous for the stealing of high value items. You guys know that I've been very involved with the cardamom trade here recently.
It's cardamom. That's his big thing that he has to get through the right.
Cardamom? I don't understand. If it was saffron. Oi.
Yeah, but saffron's so shit.
Yeah, but it's so expensive. Yeah. I'm like, that's valuable cargo.
Well, I don't think he's worked his way up to there. I think the more like tactical, well-trained mercenaries, they're doing saffron. He's just the cardamom guy.
Yeah.
Here, the threat, and this is what I'm talking about, being aware of your surroundings and being realistic.
He's out here doing like the rubber tree wars.
You have to be realistic, first of all. What is your threat?
He's saying home hardening, and like, yeah, he's saying hardening, like making your house impenetrable from outside forces.
Well, I don't grow much cardamom here, so don't have much of a threat.
Yeah, no one's trying to steal my cardamom. I have like about like this much.
Oh yeah, Clavicular OD'd last night, but then he came back on stream today. He's alive still, unfortunately. Alive yet again to run another person over with this cyber truck.
Not that much.
Yeah.
What do you need to protect your home against? In this case, the real threat was armed invasions. We need to fortify this area against people. Your major threat may be just having a fire.
The worst thing is people watching is like, I wish there was an angry family of Honduran coffee farmers that wanted to invade my house. It's just like...
And he said your threat may be having a fire. Are we Neanderthals? If the world actually gets to a stage where we have nothing and fire, having the power of fire makes you a threat, then you're completely...
No, it's your house catching fire.
No, I thought he was talking about like...
People want to come and steal your fire.
Yeah, because instead of having electrical heating.
Maybe there's bands of people trying to steal your fire.
All right, guys, so now we're going to talk a little bit about the actual house itself and home hardening. These are very important topics. If you haven't already built your home yet, then it's really important.
Like, okay, first up, cut a hole in the wall, then stick dick in hole in wall, hump. Home hardened.
That you think about this. Homes built in the United States are a lot of time built out of sticks and drywall, and they're just extremely weak. It's not...
Is he really doing the three pigs and the wolf kind of thing? Like, I don't understand. But also, people that are watching this aren't just able to rebuild their entire home.
No, also kind of people with the money to just knock down their entire house and rebuild it out of a different material probably should be robbed by an angry mob of people.
Yeah, but also they're not building their house out of fucking straw. Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
An African villager.
Yeah.
One thing I do...
Yeah, harden your homies' cocks, boys. I mean, harden your homes. Sorry, that's not what I meant.
Want to mention is you want an open space, okay? You want layers of barrier of entry, and you want an open space around your house, what we like to call a killing field.
Oh, what's this? This is just watering my killing field. just like the fact that you own a house and you're thinking about
Bro, this is what all these people think about. I love it.
All dead bodies around your house. You're trying to think of a scenario where you could have as many dead bodies around your house as possible.
I want the killing field.
Not his front yard, not his garden, his killing field.
You want that open area. From there, we're going to get into barriers of entry. What's going to slow somebody from coming into, and then if they do, God forbid, have a successful mission and kill you or rob you, it's what's going to prevent them from leaving quickly. So
what mission?
I don't care. If they killed me, they can leave as quickly as they want.
You got to make sure you don't get teabagged after you die.
Ben, who are you talking to? Are you self-reporting, bro? It is okay to be gay. Don't be so harsh on yourself, brother. We love you.
So stupid.
Zane said, "Shut up, Ben. Jesus loves you."
Trying to get into the mind of the people who are watching this. Do you think that someone's put out like a hit on you? You watching a YouTube video?
No, he must be describing a very niche situation that only applies to him because he owns all of the cardamom in Honduras or something.
We've got
Dude, Ben, you're trying to tell me you've never hardened with your homies? Tell me with a straight face right now you never hardened your homies up. Come on. A little grab ass. You're too beautiful to be a fighter. A little bit of that. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, everybody a little gay. But Ben especially, you can tell.
Of barriers of entry. It could be a river with alligators, could be a moat.
A river with alligators? No, this is for medieval people, what he's describing. This is advice for medieval people with a castle. You know what would actually be great home security? You just plant 1 million cactuses.
Oh, that's good. What about just a bunch of rakes?
Yeah, circle jerking with the homies, bro.
Rakes on the ground. Rakes is good as well.
Yeah. What about you get a big flat wall that you paint your house with a beautiful entrance and a pile.
I didn't know this was a pro-gay channel. Get out of here, Carol. Sorry, we watched too much of Peter Thiel's internet. It made everyone gay. We're all a little too gay now. We've been slurping on that Peter Thiel Blood Boy diet.
And you'll run smack into the wall. That's good. Or you do that where there's multiple painted tunnels, but only one of them is a real tunnel.
Ben, you gotta stop being the world police, man. Just try and vibe up. Just have good vibes. Stop worrying about other people. Life will be so much better for you, buddy. I promise.
You know which one it is.
Yeah.
Also, something else that we use down here is a double gate system. So the outside world has a barrier of entry to get in. You're dealing with this one person. You've got guard towers here on the four corners, or at least one of the corners, and you're assessing that person. You've got another guard.
Yeah, the frogs made them all gay, Ben. Sorry, dude. Yeah, Alex Jones was right. They turned the frickin' frogs gay. And now Peter Thiel's trying to turn all the kids gay, but weird gay. He doesn't want them to be gay. He wants them to be freak gay. He wants them all to be looks maxing testosterone boys. I ain't gay no more, Ben.
Goes down and checks.
How do you have all these employees? Where is this relevant? You're suddenly the mayor of a tiny fiefdom.
Yeah.
You've got 100 people operating the drawbridge. I don't understand. This man is schizophrenic. This is crazy.
Who was he making this video for?
Now, you might be watching this and thinking you need to harden your house against physical threats, but what if we told you the real threat is inefficiency, and what you really need to be doing is hardening your spreadsheets and receipts with the sponsor of today's video, Odoo, the all-in-one management software.
I love that these people are still giving them ads. That's amazing. It must be working.
My favorite aspect is Odoo's project application, which is a comprehensive and flexible project management solution that enables individuals and businesses to track project progress, deadlines, and resources while collaborating in real time.
The best part is you can choose between these three attractive views. Number one, Kanban. This organizes tasks by stage, which can move around like sticky notes, which keep your pipeline well organized.
Gantt. This view is a timeline that gives you an overview of your tasks, their dependencies, and scheduled dates. Then you have List, which is a simple list which displays all the data you need. You can also perform batch actions, which is both simple and also powerful.
Within each task, you have the chatter where you can send emails, add log notes, and schedule activities
I'm
like
gay
calls,
and my
to-dos,
dick
meetings,
is
and more.
small.
These features let you collaborate more efficiently and by centralizing and managing information in one place and allowing you to collaborate in real time with multiple colleagues.
Do you know the number one?
Oh
two
my
best
God.
part is? It's free. Odoo allows you to manage your projects for free with its one app free.
So much is happening.
Offer, incling unlimited hosting.
This is Adrian's 20-pound cat.
So
what
are
a
you waiting
chunk.
for? Click the link in the description and get
Odoo
Odoo
today. Now back to killing farmers and trafficking cardamom.
The next topic that we discussed.
It's going off again now at 7:43. Huh.
Us already touched briefly.
We'll keep tabs on it. We'll check again tomorrow. 7:32, 7:43. If I can hear their alarm, they can probably hear everything I'm saying all the time, right? Shit.
On is deterrence. You want to make your place a hard target. You don't.
Just kidding. It's New York. Everyone assumes that you can hear everything everyone's saying.
You want people to look at your house and think,
oh shit, Ben, we got a direct quote from you. Can you confirm? Did you utter this? I'm gay and my dick is small and soft. This is attributed to Ben. Can you please confirm or deny?
I'm going to go rob the neighbors. You know, if you're a guy like me, you don't mind making the place ugly. Maybe you've got to deal with your wife or girlfriend who's telling you, well, the place has to look good too, and this and that. Okay, well, then you got a whole nother level of difficulty to deal with. But
What do you make sure you got to do? You got to vomit on yourself. And then you go out on the street, everyone's like, oh, it's a fucking homeless guy. He doesn't even have a house.
Babe, I know you're telling me not to shit on the floor, but if I shit in the toilet, someone's going to rob the house.
Yeah.
Shit on the floor, put it on the doormat.
So what are some different ways that you can monitor your property?
No, there is an ambulance, but that's a different sound. I should break in? Break in where?
Comment below if you know some different ways that you can monitor your property, and I'm going to show you one way.
No, it's actually, I'm hearing them through the courtyard. I should set up a dueling alarm so mine goes off 1 minute before theirs. Oh, Mushka coming through. Flagpole.
While I'm showing you an inside view of the house.
Perfect gray man. Perfect gray. No one suspects. This is just an abandoned house full of bats. Lie. I've got $100 million in here.
Of cardamom. Well, this is amazing. I've never seen a video like this.
Bye, Lori. See you later.
So, directly in line with monitoring and surveillance, we have got this camera that was sent to me.
Wait, he doesn't explain the bats?
No, the bats are monitoring.
Dude, my little Winky Bear, she's my only small kitten, and she is so funny. She walks around like a little pit bull. Her back legs always kind of walk stiff, like she always looks like she's like got an important meeting she's getting to or something. She's so funny. But then the rest of my kitties are all thick. Squeaks is the smallest thick. He's slim thick, but he doesn't look that big until you touch him and you're like, oh, all this stuff I thought was fur is actually just sausage body. Then Mushka's like the biggest cat ever. She's even bigger than her dad, who was a big ass boy. And then Kiddo, I haven't held him, but he might be bigger than Mushka. And Mushka's like 14 pounds. But Kiddo's actually probably not bigger than Mushka because I think most of his size is loose skin. He's kind of like Teeb. He's just got a lot of skin. But Mushka, she's a fucking brick.
You said you got to
tell him if someone comes in.
Yeah, and also you got to make the place look dirty.
I have not had time to open this yet, but I'm going to open it right now. I'm going to
This guy has cooked meth in this house at least 3 times.
show you guys.
It's now an unboxing video and in a room full of bats. What the fuck is going on? Where are you? Is he sponsored or is he just like crazy?
Is this all just prompt you? No, it's not sponsored. It's
affiliate link. This is, either way, it's the best affiliate link sponsorship I've ever seen.
Also, how can the bats get in if your house is so fucking secure?
One of the absolute most important things about home defense is having a plan. Okay, you need to have a very serious consideration of whether you're going to call 911 or not. I personally would never. Any kind of a situation that I'm going to deal with, the simple fact of the matter is the police are going to arrive after the damage is done, and they're going to look for somebody to arrest.
Well, so if you survive the fight, I imagine in this scenario, you've killed a bunch of people. He's like, I'm not calling 911 because
I'm gonna bury this body in the backyard.
They're going to arrive and arrest me because I beheaded this
Because
guy.
they discovered my killing field.
Coming from a guy who has been arrested and done time simply for defending myself in a situation that I would not be alive to talk about had I not defended myself, I went and did time for that.
Okay.
Tarps off,
Look, there's gonna be a record of this. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Greg Tambone. He served time. For a bar fight? He's a rapist?
Was charged with rape.
So now he just lives with bats?
Wait, how did you...
Now he just lives with bats.
How did you rape someone in self-defense?
Wait, is this real? What the fuck?
Going on. Greg Tambone. He served time. For a bar fight? He's a rapist?
Was charged with rape.
Wait, this prepper guy is a rapist too?
So now he just lives with bats?
Bro, literally everyone gets to be on YouTube and do whatever the fuck they want except for us. I mean, what the fuck?
Wait, how did you rape someone in self-defense? It was gonna punch me, so I thought I had to rape him first.
I wouldn't be alive if I didn't rape that man. What is this?
No wonder he's not gonna call the police, bro.
Is he a fucking Israeli contractor? What's going on? Greg Tambone pleaded guilty to reduced charge of sexual.
Dude, it was
battery, a Class A misdemeanor, and was sentenced to 18 months of probation in order to pay restitution.
Raping a woman. Is this the same person?
Florida? How many Greg Tambones are there in Florida? So that's why he went to prison.
Is that him? Former political prisoner Greg Tambone?
What's going on?
What the fuck is going on?
Deep dive into this man's life is amazing.
What the fuck is this?
Wait, type Greg Tambone bar fight, because maybe he didn't do the rape.
No, the same.
No, I don't know if he did the rape. I think he was in a bar fight.
No, that's what he says. He's a fucking psycho.
Oh, let's look this up.
Wait, you gotta look it up here.
This man's gonna fucking sue us. It's the same man.
It's fucking him. I told you. Oh god. Let's never release this video, actually.
We're gonna need to.
He's gonna fucking murder us.
This man's coming to our house.
Man, let me tell you, man, the American government's fucked. You're the last man standing at a rape, you just get arrested.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why I never call 911.
Yeah, because I'm raping people.
Now, watch me do my unboxing in a room full of bats. You're right, this is a schizophrenic man.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to release this video. I don't think we should. There's like, just realizing that you were completely right before we even clicked on the channel. You said this man is going to come and kill us.
Yeah, I didn't realize how crazy this man was.
Because what's going to happen when the police get there, they're going to take your gun from you. They're going to try and find that his foot fell outside the door, so now you're going to jail. And if not, and the police get there and everything was legal and they can't arrest you, then the family of the person you killed.
Oh my god. Will he receive a raging pardon? God damn it, dude.
is going to sue you for everything you have.
I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah,
like now that the rape thing's out and he's like making up a story around it, all we can really know is that he's in an abandoned house full of bats. That's the only truth to this entire thing.
Now, thinking about your house being assaulted, if it is a person that's assaulting your house, you're going to want that area to shoot from.
What else could
this guy definitely lives in this bat house, right?
My house get assaulted by
bats. He obviously lost that war.
I knew, dude, I've heard that before too. I knew a guy that said when someone wants to fight, drop your pants, then get rowdy and loud. They won't fight you. Yeah, get naked and oil yourself up.
Did you give yourself the advantage? The way to do that is to have an armored area of your house that you know is bulletproof. What do? I fill this with concrete, make it 3 feet thick, and put a little hole right here. Oh, that hole looks cute. What is it? Oh, it's
glory hole, for sure.
Modern art design. It's modern art.
Who are you pretending for? Who's visiting this place in Honduras to like this mercenary's house and he has to be like, it's just modern art. It's like that no one visits you apart from freaks like you.
But there's a lot of people that watch this and think that this is fine. What are the comments? Some excellent advice I've heard was fortify your master's bedroom with exterior door, then fortify your master closet or master with an exterior door as well.
Bro, these all gotta be bots. Is any part of the internet real anymore? I don't think so. Yeah, it's still de-escalation. They'll just start laughing at your small penis. We called the glory hole.
Multiple layers. Yeah, very good.
Full spectrum dominance is his name. You are fucking crazy. There's only one spectrum I can think of here. Great info. I've been doing a lot of these same things over the years. Just moved into a new house and the first thing I did while changing the locks was take out the 1/2-inch screws in the door plates and replace them with 3-inch. I need bigger screws. The difference between 2 kicks to get in and 5 or 6 can mean life or death. How much of an asshole do you have to be to think that people are going to do this to you?
Yeah. So having a plan is so much.
What are you doing all the time that you're expecting someone to come and kick your fucking door in?
Much more important than having any kind of a Rambo sense. We don't want to go Rambo with all this kind of stuff, okay? We definitely don't want to try and go crazy or over the top.
Don't go over the top.
Don't go over the top with my alligator.
Well, what have you not gone over the top with?
Yeah, I don't know.
His whole life is a mystery.
If your compound gets breached and you see everybody around you dying and you're one of the last few people there, at what point, it's obviously it's a final option, but at what point do you bug out? Bug out. How do you get out, and do you have a bug out plan?
This is all, all of these problem and all of America is that everyone has like main character syndrome. Yeah. So they constantly think, if something goes bad, I'm the most important person, so everyone is coming for me. It's like, no one gives a shit about you. Like, stop fucking thinking about yourself.
But also that kind of behavior like alienates you from anyone around you, which are like actually the useful people in these situations. Yeah. Like having friends who are neighbors, being able to barter stuff, being able to fucking farm, having a community, that's so much more important than being fucking Count Dracula in the mountain.
Being Batman, sitting in your little bat cave, your rapist dungeon bat cave.
Mountains of Honduras, like, no, I don't even know.
It's fucked.
There's all kinds of things that you can do that are automated weapons as well. You can have, if something goes bump in the night, you can set off your car alarm, and that'll be a signal to create distraction.
I actually don't think he's a consultant because he is rambling and just disconnected stuff. I don't know, I feel actually quite bad for him now. I mean, apart from the rape.
I think the reason why it's interesting is that this is almost like this is the most exaggerated schizophrenic tactical kind of guy we've found. But a lot of them are almost here. Yeah, and it's like it's kind of funny because he's like this character showing this to people is kind of like, this is what you look like. Yeah, like this is who you are.
It is freaky that he's only like a millimeter away from the other home defense guys. Yeah, but he is like everything about him is actually completely baffling. Like he is a homeless man squatting in a bat's nest in Honduras, and you're watching him for lessons. He's not going to explain the bats.
Oh, no. Wait, this explains the Honduras shit. No wonder he's in Honduras. Did he skip out on his fucking bail? On his probation?
This is a little Easter egg for us.
So the final thing I want to really discuss today, guys, is maintenance and upkeep. Don't let your house get to be looking like this. Don't let it get to the point where it's just fully let down. All right.
The only reason this house looks like this is because some coffee farmers were fucking cleansed out of their homes by potentially a multinational corporation potentially hiring this man. But it's like no one's house looks like this.
No, it does if you live in a third world country and you're a farmer. This is what fucking normal farm.
You don't have bats inside your farm.
No, bats means that no one's living.
No one's living in this house. Bats and like no heater, no anything.
Yeah.
I appreciate your support. That's how I can keep these videos coming. I can keep devoting the time and energy and effort into this by you guys sharing, subscribing to the channel, sharing this video. This is free. You guys are getting this completely free. Okay, it's all free.
Imagine if you had to pay for this.
Well, he's got a merch store, bonetactical.com. Okay, what do we want? Force multipliers?
Brother, calling his shit Bone Tactical too? Read the room.
Yeah, I want false multipliers.
Big nasty bone opener. Yuck.
So $200 for a
can opener, screwdriver, knuckle duster. That's so expensive. Bone occlusion bracelet.
Wait, he's selling a garrote?
Oh, you reckon that's what that is? I thought it was just like really shitty fashion. Not only the most effective piece of clandestine operations gear in its class, the bracelet brings a sense of inherent rustic elegance to any outfit. I love how they have to be gay about murder. It's
dude, truly, always.
So funny.
Yeah, no, Bunny, it's straight up a pegboard. Yeah, it's like a homemade. It's a fucking pegboard. Earlier I said, what are we gonna make a French cleat fucking holster next? We're doing woodworking on our bodies.
Prior to Greg's innovations in the area, there had been no major updates to this class of operational equipment since World War II.
Is he the only person running this business? There's no way there's like a copywriter being like, yes, very good, Greg, you visionary rapist.
That's a $2,000
Crusader bracelet. This is the thing. Check this shit out. Each bracelet bears the mark of the cross and a Latin inscription in hoc signo vinces, adding a touch of historic significance and faith. So he's like a Christian rapist kind of guy. In this sign you will conquer. All right, he's doing the Crusades.
Can we go back? I want to see that $2,000 axe. That was
dude. Him and Hegseth. I bet him and Hegseth are buddies.
Axe.
Now world renowned for making the strongest and sharpest tomahawks, Greg started.
So funny, right? If you write about yourself in third person, you do sound more important.
No, but you also sound more like a child.
Yeah.
I still have no idea what this man's life is. It's so fucking confusing.
He's an enigma.
He is a grey man. Because you don't know what he is.
No, he's either an enigma with an interest.
I'm an apocalyptic R word, so I empathize. That's okay, buddy. I mean, I think prepping and doing some stuff is smart. Don't be living in a bat house with a glory hole, you know, in Honduras because you're fleeing rape charges in Florida. There's a difference. I respect a nice prep. This feels different.
Life or schizophrenic, and I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
He does, at the end of it, I was like, he just sounds like he's making shit up.
But he has the kind of mental acuity to at least set up a merch store. But the fact that he's writing about himself being a visionary, like he invented the best axe in the world, is so funny. Yeah, I think like regardless of whether he is actually an international mercenary who's done all this stuff, or he's just a schizophrenic guy in a house full of bats, he's just a very unpleasant person, very scary guy either way.
Yeah.
And I don't think we should release this video.
No.
A glory hole won't work for me unless I scissor, dude. That's a shame. What the fuck is this? Let's check on minutes.
Why, after watching...
Oh, wait. Here, wait. No, let's watch this first.
Is that a
Sherlock, did you send this earlier?
question from you, or is that
Did the State Department tell you to say that? NBC host destroyed by Cuban president.
from the State Department of the U.S.
My
government?
question is, if they asked you, if they said this is one condition, would you say?
I love how she can't even say regime change. Like, they want political change. Like, they're a mafia boss demanding that you leave because they are taking control of your country. They want regime change, but let's call it political change.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Would you be willing to step down if it meant saving Cuba? ¿Está dispuesto a dimitir con tal de salvar a Cuba para la gente?
Yeah, it's the first official top poppin' day. Still 85, boys. It's nice out. I love it.
I want to thank her for, there is a translator there.
Sorry,
He's speaking in Spanish,
nosy.
she's speaking in English, but she wants to show off that she took Spanish, I think, in middle school. So
You are very important and
If the United
recognized
States asked-
journalist.
If the
Have you
United
ever
States
asked that question to any other president in the world?
Because it's one of the conditions the United States is asking for. Would you ever consider that?
Let me explain. Have you asked that question to any other president
I
in the
asked
world?
very
Have you
tough
asked that question
questions
to
to
any
our
other
own
president in the world?
president,
Okay, so she asked him, would you consider stepping down to save the people of Cuba? Okay, now he rightfully asks her, have you asked that to other presidents? And her response is, yes, I asked Donald Trump, I asked very hard questions to our own president. That's not actually what he asked. And I don't think she's ever asked Donald Trump, would you step down to save the American people?
Could you ask that question to Trump?
Very hard questions of President Trump.
Do you?
Is that a question?
Yeah, it's that hot today. It's nice. Feels good though.
From you, or is that coming from the State Department of the U.S.
My
government?
question is, because it's one of the things that we've heard the U.S. government talk about, that they want political change here in Cuba. So my question for you, if they asked you, if they said this is one condition, would you say?
I love how she can't even say regime change. Like, they want political change. Like, they're a mafia boss demanding that you leave because they are taking control of your country. They want regime change, but let's call it political change.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We don't want to scare the American people. They know they get nervous with regime change because they feel like that can have
I don't think I know this streamer, Katie Halper. What is she on Twitch or YouTube?
blowback.
It's not helping her case that she's not repeating State Department talking points when she can't even call it regime change. Regime change.
Right.
They want political change.
Well, I guess technically, Aaron, she's not repeating State Department talking points because those talking points are regime change. They do mention regime change, so she's tweaking. She's tweaking State Department talking points.
Because is this her? Is this Katie Halper?
Of your honesty, I'm going to assume that you're asking that question because of those reasons.
Yeah.
En Cuba, las personas que están
In Cuba, the people who are in leadership position is not elected by the U.S. government, and they don't have a mandate from the U.S. government. We have a free sovereign state.
All right, I know she's like going to be shocked by that, but
we have self-determination and independence, and we are not subjected to the designs of the United States.
So, I mean, shocking news, and I'm sure Welker was floored to hear, but it's true. The United States does not get to run the Cuban government, does not have like a mandate over the Cuban government, which is sadly something that she did need to hear. Let's take a look. We have a little bit more from this interview.
What the Cuban people are experiencing, we saw it with our own eyes. Los vimos con nuestros ojos. People living in,
again, little dabbling in Spanish, and she was there in Cuba, as we heard in the beginning.
Severe poverty, sufriendo in the streets of Havana, the capital city. Is it time for Cuba to take some responsibility, to look in the mirror and to change its economic system for the people of Cuba who are suffering here, que están sufriendo?
Why does, dude, they're so obsessed with capitalism. Give it a fucking rest, dog.
Is it time to take away healthcare from the people of Cuba? Right. Because my government doesn't want you to exist. Like, that's what the Cuban system is. It's tried to provide for its people under horrible circumstances, and it refuses to surrender. So she's saying, is it time to basically stop providing free healthcare?
Yes, and education, right?
To save your people.
Yeah.
To save your people.
Is it not time to take responsibility for being blockaded?
Is it time to take responsibility for the fact that my government won't permit you to buy basic medical?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that we impose secondary sanctions.
Yeah.
Punishing other countries if they trade with you.
Siempre hacemos análisis muy autocríticos.
We conduct very self-critical analysis and assessment of our reality, and we're trying to constantly transform and change what we do in order to improve what we do. But that's got nothing to do with the political system. It is not our political system that is embracing that inability to move forward. Again, I repeat, the responsible party here is the blockade implemented by the U.S. government. The people that is suffering those situations, and they largely understand who is the main culprit here, is the people that have approved in several exercises of consultation and referendum. They have approved our political system. Our political system is serving people, is serving social justice and making everyone advance. And it seems that it bothers other people around the world because of what it represents, because it is our system for ourselves, not that we want to impose our system on anyone.
Look, this is what the U.S. fucking blockades from Cuba. Primarily restricts fuel, oil and gasoline, specialized medical supplies, technology, largely crippling the energy and healthcare sectors. And then, so yeah, oil tankers are blocked. Countries are threatened with tariffs for supplying fuel, causing severe shortages and nationwide blackouts. Medical supplies, the blockade impedes the import of specialized medicines, medical equipment, and supplies needed to manage the healthcare system. Technology and internet access. Cuba is restricted from accessing modern technology, telecommunications equipment, and tools necessary for digital infrastructure. Financial services limit access to foreign currency, international banking, insurance, financial markets, making it difficult to buy goods globally. Food and essential goods. While not a total embargo on all food, trade restrictions create shortages of basic essentials by hampering supply chains and logistics. They don't have cars. They don't, all their cars are old cars, which is kind of awesome, but and it's been going on since 1960. Insane, right?
Everyone else, and they try to block it like this. because we're not only speaking about a blockade, we are talking about the longest running blockade in the history of mankind, the most severe blockade, a blockade that is not only aimed at the Cuban people, but also the American people and also elsewhere. American businessmen cannot invest in Cuba. Why? American citizens cannot come to Cuba freely. Why?
But you can trade with other
Foreign
countries.
business
You
people
can trade
are
with
also
other
subjected to
countries.
sanctions. We can trade with many, we can engage in trade with many limitations because the U.S. legislation have become internationalized when they apply Title III of the Helms-Burton Act. You need to find a lot of information. You need to document yourself properly.
You know, they can't even now send doctors abroad anymore.
Right.
Marco Rubio recently terminated that program where Cuban doctors.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Cuba has basically nothing, and you know what they export a ton of? Doctors. They'll send fucking doctors everywhere. And they hardly have like modern shit. But yeah, Marco Rubio, he blocked that, so they can't do that anymore. It's crazy. These people are nuts.
Disgusting.
Go to foreign countries and serve the people. So Krista Mulker, is not very
well
up to date on,
right.
But it's so cruel. I mean, you saw it for yourself. It's so unbelievable. The fact that Cuba survived this long to me is like
that's the thing, right? And he points out in another part of this interview, she idiotically says the Cuban people want you to change because you can trade with other countries. So they're blaming you, which again, he very diplomatically explains, no, actually, we're not allowed to just trade with other countries. There are a lot of limitations and other countries are afraid to do that in many cases. But what is really stunning, and this is a great point, is that Diaz-Canel says elsewhere in the interview is, if we're such a failed state, which is what Trump said, why are you blockading us? Why don't you just let us fall? Leave us to our own devices and fail.
Yeah.
But she doesn't understand any of this stuff. And again, how do you go to that country, see the poverty, and decide, oh, it's Cuba's economic system that's responsible? It has nothing to do with the fact that there's a blockade.
Word.
That we've been trying to starve them since 1960.
Well, at least she went. I mean, good for her for going. That's a first step. Right. But once you get there and you see people living in poverty and suffering, and you realize your government is imposing a starvation siege on the country, you might want to think about blaming your own government, rather than the targeted government. That's just the thought. But anyway, baby steps.
And if you're going to look at the man in the mirror.
Word up, dog. Oh, God. What's Taylor talking about?
They were not that serious. And the war made them serious, and it made their content acceptable to people. That's why it got so viral, and that's why everyone's now talking about it.
Dude, I'm never going to get over that Taylor Lorenz's grandpa made Zyklon B. That's fucking crazy, dude. Truly insane. But true. She never denied that. She just said her dad wasn't CEO or CFO of whatever that dumb company was. She just blocked me when I started saying that her grandpa was Walter Lorenz, the guy who made fucking Zyklon B. Yikes. But don't worry, guys. Now she's a lefty libtard trying to get a horse from Elon.
If you spend time on social media over the past 6 weeks, you might have encountered these Lego videos.
Yeah, Cuba is our local area, Iran. It's our neighbor we break into and keep humble. Poor Cuba, man.
About Donald Trump and the U.S. government. These videos have gone viral, amassing millions and millions of views across platforms and spurring endless copycats. And there's strong evidence that these Lego videos are actively reshaping Americans' perceptions of our war with Iran. Ariba Fatima is a journalist for JobSite News. She's been reporting on these Lego videos and the team behind them. They're called Explosive Media, and it's a group of seemingly Gen Z Iranians who are making incredibly effective political propaganda. But that's actually not how Explosive Media started. Today, Ariba is joining me to break down the rise of political messaging through Lego videos, talk about the inside reporting she's done on explosive media, and break down what her findings reveal about how the internet is shaping modern warfare. I also interviewed a member of explosive media myself, and if you want to listen to that interview and hear directly from the Iranians making these Lego propaganda videos, you can watch that interview on my Substack or Patreon, both linked below as a bonus episode. Currently, I have no brand sponsors, so my work is solely and completely funded by people like you. So please click the links below and support my work. Now, without further
She ain't got no brand sponsors. Pfft, loser. Not like us, dude. We're sponsored by the motherfucking FBI, bitch.
further ado, we're going to talk to Ariba. Hi, Ariba. Welcome to Power Use.
Beat that. Beat that. We're sponsored by Paul Weisopel.
Thank you so much for bringing me here today.
So I started to notice these Lego videos online, maybe like early March, not that long after the war started. And I feel like they really specifically started to go viral on Twitter. When did you start to notice them bubbling up online?
So I feel like around 7th March, the first week of March, it was pretty clear that these videos are really popular. And I started seeing them honestly all at once at all the social media platforms. They were on TikTok, they were on YouTube, they were on Instagram. And this kind of virality for content that is totally animated, there's no sense of factual news in it. It's literally just for fun. This kind of content was getting so viral, and I didn't really understand why Lego and who is really doing this. For initially, it honestly felt like this was just a bunch of kids here in the US or something. I think the first video that came out was more about Netanyahu and Trump's little Lego versions signing a deal together. Epstein was featured in the video. The Minab school strike was directly referenced in the video, and that was like a big thing. I think a lot of people were already talking about the school strike on multiple social media platforms. So when they started seeing this video that showed honestly quite like a sad imagery of all these like kids being bombed, that picked it up. From that point onwards, I feel like it was just a snowball effect. All these activist groups on Instagram, like New York Indivisible, they started
Yeah, everyone here is sponsored by the FBI. Everyone gets a free fed. You get a free fed, and you get a free fed.
publishing these videos regularly.
It's interesting you mentioned that the Indivisible page was sharing it. I started to notice these videos get a lot of traction with like liberals, and specifically kind of like mainstream normie liberals that I think are already consuming a huge amount of like anti-Trump AI slop online. And this kind of just seemed to like feed right into it. It was definitely more critical of Israel, like you mentioned. What stood out to me is that so many of these like kind of normie liberal accounts were comfortable sharing, you know, this video that villainized Netanyahu and Trump. And I think it just speaks to kind of like how against the war they are, and the fact that they will share kind of any anti-Trump content, even if it is.
Taylor kind of looks like someone whose grandpa made Zyklon B, right? Is it just me?
Is, you know, from Iran.
Yeah, I think Trump was like the biggest thing. There was a lot of sentiment already in people that this war is just not something that they're behind. And it was after that poll went viral that 67% Americans don't want this war to go on. This kind of resonated with a lot of people, although I would say that it has all the hallmarks of war propaganda, because a lot of stuff is basically very sanitized. Like, for example, when the pilot was captured, they published a video showing the Iranian villagers shooting at the plane. And it came out like within a few seconds of when that news broke on the news wires. So it was very interesting how closely they were coordinating with the war. And because it was such a direct commentary so soon, it almost felt like people are part of some kind of like a Lego series on the war as it is happening.
Yeah, I think the format of the Lego videos, like you said, it's kind of like
it's very obvious. I know. I just like checking in on Taylor every once in a while. She's one of the arch nemesis. She's a friend of the show. We're just doing our regular Tyler like check in on Taylor. We haven't checked in on her in a minute. Taylor uses ChatGPT for her scripts and questions. Dude, Taylor, you hear that? Taylor's watching
sanitized in a way where like you see like rivers of blood and all this other stuff, but it almost feels like a game or like you're watching video game footage. I'm also just thinking of like the Lego movie, and like Legos are this like iconic American kind of brand. And I mean, they're not a video game, but I feel like it lets people kind of like almost put themselves in a video game scenario. We've seen video game footage already.
Dude, Taylor is such a snooze, right?
Used in different wars, often misappropriated by the White House or used in propaganda films. But this seems kind of like cartoony almost.
Yo, Taylor Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist. Living for the kicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause? What's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham. A cheap imitation serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. That's what she said to me. She said, 0 people in my family lived in Germany. And I said, oh yeah? Oh, dude, and this was all before TikTok had picture comments. Dude, if Taylor still has me blocked. If I could do picture comments on Taylor's videos today, brother. I should just make a new account so I can just start spamming her TikTok with picture comments of her grandpa, Dr. Walt. Here, let's just look at the... I'll show you
This
the
is the
picture.
first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist. Living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause? What's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz.
There's her dad. He said, my dad is not COO of anything. Her uncle also made the Wayback Machine. The website that archives all of the internet. Her uncle made that. Taylor Lorenz's uncle. Which means his brother, I'm assuming. Which means his dad was the Nazi that is Taylor Lorenz's grandpa.
And grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link.
0 people in my family lived in
Heinrich Lorenz and Walter Lorenz.
Germany, you lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt.
Look, Nazi generals do own chores now. There's a picture of him hanging his laundry up to dry while they're waiting for the Nuremberg trials.
Hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya Raycheck.
You don't know who Taylor Lorenz is? She's like a big... She's like a tech liberal blogger, but she's like a journalist. She was really... I feel like she came around during the Gamergate shit. She was like one of the people reporting on Gamergate, which makes sense because Gamergate obviously a psyop. She's a fed as fuck. But her sister, do you know who Libs of TikTok is? She's like a cuck Twitter account that just stokes hatred for the left or whatever. But that's her fucking sister, dude.
Gore libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you.
Taylor isn't one of my old friends that tried to fuck me over, but Nicole was in the video earlier.
Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Oh, so that's why they allow.
Fuck yeah. Anyway. Alright. Taylor, you bore me. Wait, what was this? Oh, let's watch this first. Dre's video.
Look, Trump is not building a ballroom. This much, I feel like, is obvious. I made a video about this a few weeks ago.
What about a new one? I feel like we've watched that, right? Ooh, why Iran's blockade is an oracle story.
I was finishing research for a different video tonight when the news broke. Trump announced that the U.S. Navy is going to blockade the Strait of Hormuz starting Monday morning at 10 a.m. Peace talks with Iran have just collapsed, and Israel is bombing Lebanon village by village with a stated goal of demolishing every town along the border. And yesterday, Apple seemed to have removed the names of nearly every town and village in Lebanon from its maps. Meanwhile, Google and every other mapping service still shows them normally. So what do you know that we don't know?
Wait, Paul bought a house a mile away from Stephen Paddock's house a few months before the Las Vegas shooting. I know about the house in Mesquite, Nevada. Wait, is that where Stephen Paddock lived? Wait, how do you know where Stephen Paddock lived? Las Vegas Strip gunman's house in Mesquite sold for $425,000. Whoa! No fucking way. Bro, why did Paul live so close to this guy? Oh my god. One sec, gotta show my window.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my heart, changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Paul. Paul.
Why were you there? Just a mile away from Stephen Paddock. He was in Vegas, and he got built shooting when someone's on the run.
Dude, what the fuck? Let's go. So wait. Gunman's house in Mesquite sold for 400. So even after the shooting, this house was still $500,000. How do I find the actual address though? $1372 Babbling Brook Court. Bro. Dude, fuck Paul. I don't even care. Ugh. Not signed in to fucking Miro. Alright, Miro's probably gonna crash my computer. Give it a sec. Come on, Miro. I can't remember Paul's address off the top of my head. Change my state of mind. Dude, this is awesome. How did you put this together? How did you realize that Stephen Paddock lived in Mesquite? This is crazy, dude. Paul just showing up a couple months before. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. They bought that house in January 2017. Yo, that's not... Dude, that's the same subdivision. What the actual fuck? What the fuck, dude? Black Death, this is crazy, right? It's 1 mile away. They're in the same cul-de-sac, essentially. Dude, that's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Paul. Should we text Paul? Paul, why did you live so close to Stephen Paddock? Why'd you live a mile away from Stephen Paddock? Dude, we should send a t-shirt to Paul's house, but have it be addressed to Stephen Paddock. Oh, man. Dude, I feel like this deserves another.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my heart. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to find.
we got him.
Okay. This is so funny. I'm gonna text Paul, I don't care. I'm gonna text Paul at 9/11. Okay, wait, so Paul moved into this house January 2017. Hold on. When was Las Vegas shooting? It was October, bro. Wait. When the fuck? Okay, hold on. Did Stephen Paddock live in that house for a while? More than a dozen weapons and thousands of rounds of ammunition were found here. How come it doesn't say when this house was purchased? Purchased his home in Babbling Brook in January of 2015. Then Paul moves in 2 years later. And then 9 months later, the Las Vegas shooting happens. Paul, we're so on your ass, bitch. Okay, so at 9/11, what should we text him? Why did you move so close to Stephen Paddock right before the Las Vegas shooting? That shit is too funny, bro. Oh my god. This was right under my nose. How did I not see it? Wait, who brought this up? Was it you, Dressed? Dude, how did you say how you figured this out? This is incredible. The only thing of note in Mesquite is a casino. I'm pretty sure it says that on his Wikipedia page. It's not a secret, but most people would never think to connect them. I just am a freak and happened to put it together. Dude, yes. I mean, if I would have been looking into Stephen Paddock and I don't think I've ever seen where his house was. But if I saw the name, or if I saw the city, Mesquite, Nevada, I would be like, oh, that's where Paul lives. Bro, them living a mile away from each other is crazy. That's wild. Oh, it was October, so 10 months. But whatever. They shared a beer in the backyard, and then he was like, yeah, I can do that for you, Paul. Exactly, bro. Dude, this is crazy. Bro, like, right? This is crazy. And think about it too. When was... Okay, so he moves to Mesquite, Nevada, January 2017. When was this? This was March 2015 is when he was in Tampa. Yeah, this video's from 2015. Like, dude, this kind of tracks. He leaves Tampa, and then what? He goes and he handles Stephen Paddock. Oh man.
The mindset of how do we kind of protect the community as best we can and still do our jobs.
Yeah, because they used to be down in the federal building and then in the Timberlake building and then finally out here.
I think we've been here since 2006.
You know, it's interesting. I think one of the hallmarks of the Tampa office for probably a decade now.
Yeah, they probably just met at a potluck and fell in love. Bro. What up, Denver Metro?
And I would venture to say this is probably not the case elsewhere, is the very, very close working relationship that you have with local law enforcement. I mean, it's almost as if they're seamless. I mean, you guys are on the same team, you communicate with each other.
But Paul, as far as I know, dude, Paul still lives at this address. There's another address in April 2025 in Bridgeport, West Virginia. Bro, why does Paul live so close to Stephen Paddock? That's nuts.
You coordinate with each other. There's none of the turf battles that occasionally happen elsewhere. But it seems like it's been a great...
This is crazy, dude. What the fuck? Dude, this is some Walter White ass shit. Dude, this looks like where they, like, this is like a Fed Hamlet. Oh, they got ADT, bro. Huh. Very interesting. This was Stephen Paddock's house. I mean, they're in like identical cul-de-sacs. Yeah, are these gated communities? Like, dude, this is what fucking Otto Skorzeny said, that all of the Nazis lived in Florida together. like on the same streets. This makes sense, bro. How do you get out of this, motherfucker? Right, this is where these are all just a bunch of fucking federales. It's just a nondescript neighborhood. I don't think it's gated though. Damn, this is crazy. We got your ass, Paul. Yeah, no gate. No gate. The wishing well. Oh, wait. There's subdivisions called Prominence. God. Oh, it's a fucking golf cart community. Bro. Crazy. These feds. Okay, mind blown. Woo! That's a good one, dude. That's some good new shit.
Apple. And so while the video I was going to make tonight was going to be about Trump's Board of Peace and breaking all of that down, I've decided to pivot a little bit because all of these things have to do with one another. And once you see how, I think the news is going to stop looking like a bunch of separate crises and start looking like one story. One very complete, very scary, albeit, story. And if you've been following any of my Oracle...
Yeah, that's the other, like, I always thought that Stephen Paddock was in Vegas, too. Like... And I looked at Paul being... I was like, was Paul involved in the Vegas shit? And I looked and I was like, oh no, Mesquite's like an hour and a half away. It's 80 miles. But dude, now that Stephen Paddock lived right there, that's crazy. Truly insane.
coverage, the Warner Brothers merger, the Stargate contracts, the Cerner rebuild, then you already know the domestic version of this story. Well, tonight is the international version. The same company, the same man, just new territory. Hi, I'm Dre, and this is the Dre Dossier, and I am tired. There's a lot going on right now, and every time I think for a second that there's no way that Larry Ellison and Oracle can be at the center of whatever problem is going on in the world, they prove me wrong time and time again. So strap in, because we're about to go down a very, very interesting lane. And if you'd like a more in-depth version of this story, then you can go over to my Substack, the Dre Dossier. There will be an article paired with this video, and at the bottom of that article will be all of my sources cited and linked, so you can do some of this research for yourself if you'd like to check my work. All right, let's unpack this board of peace, shall we? We've all heard of Trump's Board of Peace. You probably know the basic pitch. So Trump set up an international body to oversee Gaza's reconstruction after the war, and the UN endorsed it, and 26 countries signed on, and on paper, it looked like diplomacy. But this Board of Peace...
Oh, Denver said, Paul is definitely Timothy, but I don't think he's Tyler. Not saying Tyler's not a Fed or is a Fed, but I don't think Tyler's Paul. I don't either. I don't think that. I know he's not. That's what the difference between me and Tyler is, that Tyler, he has this theory that everyone is a fallen angel and they just de-age or re-age themselves depending on who they're playing for the day. But no, honestly, bro, I think the Lebensborn program from the Nazis, where they were cloning people, and they would have cloned from SS officers and people who are already with the program, because Timothy looks like an SS officer named Reinhard Heydrich. I think Tyler and Paul/Timothy are both clones. Like, it's not that science fiction. They want us to think it is. And the fact that Tyler doesn't believe in cloning tells me that cloning is real. But yeah, I don't think that, I'm saying with my full chest, Tyler is not Timothy McVeigh, but he is related either by, he's like literal family, like a nephew, or, because I don't think even son doesn't really work, because I think Timothy would have been like 16. But he's definitely a clone. This is what they would do, of course. They're using these clones all over. Eminem's probably one of them.
As I've been investigating it, has a lot more going on than what meets the eye. And I think it's one of the most important stories that we should be tracking right now because of who is really behind it, because of how it's written, and because of where it's already spreading. And so here's what I want you to hold on to from the beginning of this, okay? Gaza is not the goal of this board of peace. Gaza is where the board was built, and Gaza is the crisis that made it politically possible to build something like this in the first place. But the reconstruction of Gaza in any form, whether it becomes a rebuilt city or a techno Riviera or nothing at all, is not really the point. Gaza is but one node in a much, much larger map. And while Donald Trump may be the head chair of this board of peace, he is not the man at the center of it. It's a billionaire named Larry Ellison. Let me walk you through how I got here. In January of 2026, the UN Security Council voted to
Yeah, we gotta fly a drone over Paul's pool.
endorse a new international body called the Board of Peace. And they were told this was going to be a multilateral oversight mechanism for...
Yeah, dude, I could totally see Tyler's entire thing being to tell people that cloning isn't real. I'm serious. He came around when we were talking about everyone being clones of Nazis. And then Tyler pops up mysteriously, gets 500,000 fucking followers, and then starts talking about fallen angel shit. And now, 2 years deep, now he starts going, cloning's not real. That's exactly how these motherfuckers would roll, dude. That's how they would move.
Gaza's reconstruction, chaired by Trump, signed onto by 26 other countries, and designed to administer humanitarian aid to support Gaza's eventual transition back to Palestinian governance. I mean, this is what every...
What should I ask Paul? Should I just be like, were you and Stephen Paddock buddies since you lived a mile away from each other? Or why did you buy a house right by Stephen Paddock 10 months before he did the Las Vegas shooting?
Major outlet reported, and this is what the Security Council thought that they were endorsing. But here's the thing. They voted on the concept before the actual charter was public knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a good strategy to latch on to certain conspiracies and get people on your side and earn trust and then be like, but I draw the line at cloning. And what a crazy line to draw, right? At cloning? You're talking about fallen angel shit? Paul, were you and Stephen Paddock buddies at the HOA meeting? That is pretty funny. Yeah, 10 months before the Las Vegas shooting is when Paul bought his house, which is 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock. That's crazy. Yeah, should it just be you live down the street from Stephen Paddock? Just keep it simple.
Which means that they endorsed...
Or just crazy coincidence that you lived 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock.
the idea of the board before anyone outside of a very small circle had seen the actual rules. And the procedural question of how the UN ended up endorsing a document that they had not read is its own scandal, and one I'll come back to in another video. But for tonight, what matters is what happened when the charter finally did surface, because two things became very clear. The first is that the charter names Donald Trump personally, not as the President of the United States, but Donald Trump, the private citizen, as the lifetime chairman, which means when he leaves the White House in January of 2029, he keeps the chair. And the rules that prevent a sitting
nice, dude.
president from profiting from foreign governments stop.
Dude, he's gonna be the president until 2030? Oh my God, we're all gonna die. That feels like, and We're not even a year in, are we? Are we a full year in? Oh, I think we are. We got 3 more? It feels like an eternity and also a finger snap at the same time.
Applying the moment that he leaves office. In fact, JP Morgan is currently in negotiations to set up a private account for this organization accessible by Trump personally.
Ask Paul if he can return a DVD, a CD I borrowed from Stephen Paddock. Can you return this Jimmy Buffett CD I borrowed from Paddock?
And countries, if they want to have a permanent seat at this table, have to pay $1 billion to the Board of Peace. So essentially, Trump personally, for life, gets control of a multi-billion-dollar international organization with no auditing, no oversight, long after he leaves the White House. Now, this is why I don't buy into the idea that he's never leaving the White House. I don't think he has any interest in staying in the White House past 2029. Because think about it, what's waiting for him on the other side is being the emperor of the Middle East. Now, the second thing that has become clear is Gaza's role in this board, or more accurately, its absence from it. While the board was pitched as a Gaza reconstruction plan, the charter does not mention Gaza. The word does not appear in the document one time. Instead, and this is really important, the charter gives the board authority to operate, and I quote, in any region affected or threatened by conflict, which means anywhere in the world with no geographic limit. Now that is what you call a blank check of power. I mean, think about it. That means any territory currently at war, or any territory recovering from a war, or any territory that someone in power decides is threatened by a war can just be pulled under the Board of Peace's jurisdiction. So the charter was written to be portable, and the Security Council never voted on that because the Security Council was told that this was about Gaza. So the question is why? Like, why would they remove the word Gaza from a document that the entire world was told was about Gaza? Like, why build a vehicle with no geographic limits when the stated mission was just one specific place? Because Gaza, as I see it, was the opening move. I mean, the Security Council could not say no to a body framed as Gaza reconstruction, and the political cover of humanitarian crisis made it possible to build something that would never be thinkable under any other circumstances than this. And that's the important part, right? I mean, once the body gets built and once it exists, it can be pointed anywhere. Now, Trump, as we stated, chairs the board. He is the face of it. He is the lifetime chairman with a personal control over billions and billions of dollars.
Paul, can you go get Steven? Can you go get my mower from Steven's house? He's not returning my calls.
That being said, let's be honest about what Trump does and does not do. Because putting together this kind of apparatus, right, this kind of board requires a lot of technical thinking. And Trump does not architect systems like this. I mean, he barely architects buildings, you know? Trump doesn't write charters. He doesn't build 20-year infrastructure plays across multiple countries. That is not his skill set. You know what I'm saying? His skill set is more performing the role that needs to be performed.
Denver, holy shit, you held on to Trump until Sasha Riley? That was like November. I'm so glad you're here, though, brother. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, they're all cucks. That's the problem is the system. The system creates this, I think.
Formed, if that makes sense. Yeah, you know, he's the puppet on strings. Just pay him a bunch of money and then he'll say whatever you want him to say. And in this case, the role is being the name on the door, and by being the president of the United States, it gives the role some sense of authority, right? The board now has a legitimacy. So if Trump is the front man, then the question is, who built this thing? And when you look at the sum of its parts, I think its answer becomes pretty clear. So the executive board has 9 voting members. The January 16th White House announcement, though, named 7, which means that 2 names were concealed and only surfaced 10 days later through leaked documents obtained by Dropsite News. And I'm not going to walk you through all 9 people of this board tonight. I'll do a full breakdown of every member in another video, but tonight I want to focus on the names that connect directly to this news that is breaking right now. And first up is none other than Jared Kushner. See, Kushner is the most connected figure on this board. He is not just Trump's son-in-law, and he's not just the architect of the Abraham Accords. See, he is the bridge between 3 separate networks that converge on this board of peace, and you need to see all 3 in order to understand why he matters so greatly. The first network is Gulf Sovereign Wealth, because one day after Kushner left the White House in 2021, I'm not kidding, one day, he launched a private investment fund called Affinity Partners.
And then he got $2 billion from the Saudis.
And within months, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund invested over $2 billion in it, despite their own financial advisors rating the fund as unsatisfactory in all aspects. And it's largely because
it was just a payment, duh.
Money was not a bet on Kushner's investment skill set. It was a bet on what he would be able to do the next time his family was in power. And what do you know, the UAE and Qatar followed closely behind. And a Senate Finance Committee investigation led by Senator Ron Wyden later concluded that the fund is likely part of a compensation scheme involving U.S. political figures designed to circumvent foreign agent registration laws. Now Kushner sits on the Board of Peace negotiating the future of Gaza, while the governments funding his private firms sit across the table from him as member states. And the second network he's connected to is the Israeli Business Network, and this is where the actual reconstruction plans come from. You know, the Mediterranean Riviera concept and the $50 billion coastline development that Kushner brought to Davos. Yeah, all of that was designed by an Israeli billionaire named Yakir Gabay. And Gabay has been a close personal friend of Kushner's for over a decade, and he began drafting the plan within days of October 7th, by the way. Oh, and he's also an executive on the Board of Peace. So, which brings us to the third network that no one is really talking about when it comes to the Kushners, and it's the one that matters most. You see, Kushner's relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu is not a political alliance that started when Jared became a White House advisor. Oh no, it is a multi-decade family patronage relationship that predates Trump's entire political career. When Netanyahu would visit New Jersey in the 1990s, you know, before his first term as Israeli prime minister, he stayed at the Kushner family home in Livingston and slept in Jared Kushner's childhood bedroom. And Jared, a mere teenager at the time, would then move into the basement for the night whenever Benjamin Netanyahu would come and stay in his, what I can only assume is a race car bed. Why was Benjamin Netanyahu in Jared Kushner's childhood bedroom? Because Charles Kushner, Jared's father, was paying Benjamin Netanyahu hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees. See, that fun fact surfaced publicly when Charles's brother, Murray Kushner, sued him for misusing the family company funds, and part of the alleged misuse was the money that he paid to Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, and this is interesting. In 2007, a leaked list of millionaires that Netanyahu had compiled of his potential political donors listed Charles Kushner as a top-tier donor alongside Sheldon Adelson. Meanwhile, Donald Trump appeared on the same list in the bottom tier, rated as least likely to give money. Well, I mean, you can't give money when you're cash broke, can you? And so when you see Jared Kushner sitting on this Board of Peace negotiating for the future of Gaza, he's not just representing the Trump administration's policy. He's not even just representing his family of Trump. He's representing this multi-decade family financial and political relationship with the Prime Minister of Israel, which predates his marriage to Ivanka, predates Trump's political career, and predates any of the roles that we now associate.
Bro, all of these people are doing a bunch of scheming for their family, it feels like sometimes. Yeah, Kushner's super Epstein-y. Why is he always wet, too? He looks like he just got dipped in, like, a vat of something to, like, keep his skin from peeling like reptile skin.
Associate with him, which is why Netanyahu isn't on the Board of Peace. He doesn't need to be. He's got his angles covered. The Israeli interest on this board runs through the Kushner family's...
Ew, dude, Barry said choosing a politician to like is like going to one of those frozen yogurt places in the 2010s, but every option is like poop, sewer sludge, tuna can water, cottage cheese runoff, and garbage truck juice. Dude, that's some Nathan for you, the Nathan for you ice cream shop. Exactly. They're all poison, bro.
Private financial network through a relationship that started in a New Jersey bedroom in the 1990s and has never ended. Okay, so next on this board is Marco Rubio. So Rubio is the current Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor, which is the first person to hold that dual role since Henry Kissinger. And I feel like people don't understand exactly how powerful he is. Like, he is arguably the most powerful foreign policy figure in the U.S. government right now, and he is sitting on this Board of Peace. And to understand his role in this administration and on the board...
Oh, wait, dude. Barry said Jared Kushner's family owns a development on the beach near me in Jersey, and it's going viral right now because they fly a fuck ton of Israeli flags on the beach property they own. I saw that video. I didn't realize it was a Kushner property. That's so funny. It literally had like 5 Israeli flags and 1 American flag.
of Peace, you have to go back to 2015, back when he was still a
That's your
senator
town?
and
That's
going
so
to a
funny.
dinner with Larry Ellison. That's right. In 2015, Larry Ellison had a dinner with Marco Rubio. And after that dinner, Larry Ellison emailed the Israeli UN ambassador, Ron Prosser, and wrote, "Great meeting with Marco Rubio. I set him up to meet with Tony Blair. Marco will be a great friend for Israel." Oh, we love a good crossover episode, don't we? And within weeks of that email, Ellison directed $5 million to Rubio's super PAC. And interestingly enough, those emails came out in a 2024 hack by a
Oh, you're in Long Branch, dude. I've filmed in Long Branch before. That's like a cool little like beach town, right? I think I filmed at a this weird ass motel right off the highway there for a crime show I used to do.
group with suspected Iranian ties, and Dropsite News had verified the content before publishing. And those emails tell you everything you need to know. I mean, Ellison told you exactly what he was doing. He was vetting a future senator and connecting him to a former prime minister of the UK. And now, 10 years later, Rubio is in charge of exporting weapons to Israel and is sitting on Trump's board of peace right next to Tony Blair. Which brings us to the next cretin on this board. Tony Blair. Now, I've talked a lot about Tony Blair and Larry Ellison's relationship on my channel, but the TLDR is Tony Blair is the former prime minister who, after leaving office, built something called the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And since leaving office in 2007, the Institute has received over $300 million from Larry Ellison, confirmed from the Ellison's own foundation filings and the Institute's own accounts. And that is a lot of money for a think tank, isn't it? Well, if you want to know what that money actually buys, there is a Lighthouse Report investigation with 29 current and former staff sources that is worth reading. Turns out the Blair Institute is essentially the same as Oracle. They found that Blair's Institute employs a dedicated staff member just to manage the Oracle partnership, shares a board member with Oracle, and has been described by former employees as an offshoot of Oracle. They're just hawking Oracle tech across countries around the world.
Bro, that's why Iran's like, we're gonna strike Oracle, bitch. They should.
Former staffer even said that the meetings were like being a part of the same organization. They would go on retreats together. So for
you never liked Trump. You just thought since we have to have a president, he at least is better than some. Yeah, it's all right. We're glad you're here. But yeah, that's good. See, people change, dog. That's great. You subscribed when you saw the me getting harassed by the cops for my headphones. That was a pretty fun video.
For all intents and purposes, anytime you see Tony Blair or the Blair Institute doing anything ever, you can assume that they're acting on behalf of Oracle. It's essentially seeing Oracle do something. And interesting that Blair's Institute is the organization that wrote the governance blueprint for how Gaza would be administered after the war. The same blueprint that Kushner brought to Davos, the blueprint that the Board of Peace is now implementing. So you mean to tell me that the former prime minister who designed the plan is funded by the same billionaire who introduced him to the Secretary of State 10 years ago? Funny how that works. Which brings me to the name that I keep circling throughout all of this. Larry Ellison. Most people know Larry Ellison as the Oracle billionaire, which, true. You also probably know that he is the largest private donor to the Israeli military in American history. He's given over $26 million to the Friends of the IDF since
No, Denver wouldn't vote for Trump because Denver ain't gonna fucking vote anymore. Fuck this voting bullshit. I like the people who are voting with fire. I'm gonna support them. I'm gonna make what's Warehouse Luigi's name? I gotta learn his name. I'm gonna vote for him. Can we all write Luigi Mangione for president? Why didn't we do that, bro? We could have actually done that. That would have been so funny. If he won, would they have to release him? I think so, right? Probably.
2014, including a single $16.5 million donation in 2017 that is the largest gift in the organization's history. And that is the part we have discussed at length. But here is the part that a lot of people don't know. Ellison is not just the largest funder of the Israeli military. His company is the
I support voting with fire forever. Did anyone ever see the video with Tony Blair and a couple other guys? I think it was like the French president, or no, because that's Macron. No, it was Macron, right? It was Blair, because Macron's the guy. Isn't he the one who grabbed it? couple other guys at a table on the plane, and then the press comes in. There's a bag of cocaine on the table, and one of them tries to grab it. He puts his hand on top of it. I think it was Macron, right? Because he had like this fucking devilish fucking look in his eyes.
Been a great working relationship, and results are, you see the results in the crime numbers and, the apprehensions that you guys are doing.
It's worked out well. Since I've been here, that was the first thing I learned.
Yeah, it is Macron, right? Dude, that's what we should really do. If we could get Paul super famous, which he's never gonna get Luigi Mangione famous, but yeah, Paul is connected to so many a large amount of American psyops. That's amazing. Paul for president. Dude, it does make sense. I mean, Paul's like the clandestine guy. I've been wondering what the fuck was he doing? What was he doing after the FBI? He went and did the Las Vegas shooting. He covers up... Dude, this is crazy. Paul's trajectory is literally insane. Timothy McVeigh does the Oklahoma City bombing. He gets sheep-dipped and executed 3 months before 9/11. There were many, many, many blasting caps stolen for Oklahoma City bombing that were not used. Terry Nichols wrote about that in his affidavit or whatever, trying to get out of prison, being like, I think the FBI was totally involved in this. He goes, if you find all the blasting caps, or he goes, no matter what, I stole 1,000 blasting caps from this guy, and we definitely didn't use those. So if you find the blasting caps, you'll find the people involved or whatever. Those are not used for any big domestic terror thing, unless you think, how did they do a controlled demolition to 3 buildings in the World Trade Center? Maybe you needed about 1,000 blasting caps for that. Paul does that. Paul probably helps with the motherfucking 9/11. And then after 9/11, he gets put on a CIA task force in LA, in El Paso, LA. Then he goes and becomes the special agent in charge of the Tampa field office. The Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting happens. He's the agent in charge of it. He covers that shit up. Then he quits and he moves to fucking Mesquite, Nevada. 10 months later, the motherfucking Las Vegas shooting with Stephen Paddock happens, where he lived a mile away from Stephen Paddock. I mean, and now where is he? Oh, 4 minutes. So wait, what am I texting Paul? The HOA thing. We got to look into more Paul lore ASAP. I mean, there's really not a ton out about him. I have my... Oh, Miro. I mean, that's not true. There is quite a lot. There's tons of newspaper articles and shit that kind of proves that Paul and Timothy didn't have overlap. There's news articles about Paul Wysopal basically until 1995. Or till the 90s. It don't make no sense. I'm just gonna be like, that's crazy you lived so close to Stephen Paddock right before the Las Vegas shooting. Okay, how about this? We got 2 minutes. That's so crazy you live so close to Stephen Paddock right before the Las Vegas shooting. What are the odds? 1 minute warning. What do we think? Oh, Paul's not going to realize it's 9/11 though. Well, he's probably watching. Because it's going to be 8/11 his time, right? Is that what Mesquite, Nevada would be on? Yeah, Terry Nichols went to the Philippines. Wait, and the 2-week stretch that Ramzi Youssef did? I'm adding a love you buddy at the end too. I don't want him to think that that I'm being threatening at all. You know, we love Paul. He's banging away on his Xbox 360. All right, happy 9/11, boys. It might be 7/11 there. Yeah, true. All right, sent. Well, it says delivered. Okay. Whew. My heart always goes aflutter when I text Paul. We be tweeting and twitting. Sorry, Paul. I just got to do our due diligence. Oh yeah, never forget, boys. I forgot about the skyscraper. What was that, Jesse? Yeah.
Grandma's driving.
This is the one I saw
Lifting,
earlier.
doing Uber Eats. Granddad's dead, may he rest in peace.
No, I don't think we should all text Paul. Because remember, at the end of the day, I want Paul to come on stream. I think if we don't want him to change his number, ever. You know what I mean? We're on it. No, Paul, turn off your red receipts. They're on. He has red receipts turned on, bro.
Grandson's hooked on the gambling and porn, working for tips in the Great Class War. Well, we're all veterans of the Great Class War. What branch did you serve? What was your chore? Did you Uber around? Did you dash to the door? Working for tips in the Great Class War. When I get down
Untaxed
and
tips.
out and don't know what to say, I think, what have I done to think a billionaire today? I ain't never walked a data center in their shoes, round a cobalt mine with the overlord blues. There's choices you make, there's paths that you choose. I'd be a billionaire too if I didn't hit snooze. Lord,
Bro, they executed Timothy McVeigh 3 months to the day before 9/11. June 11th. 3 months to the day.
take and consecrate the waste I made delivering this burrito. Blessed to the health and wealth and the splendor and power of a CEO. There's good people in a warehouse breaking their backs, shuffling junk around, putting shit in stacks, dreaming someday of a brand new start. The demise of mankind's in a shopping cart. every day is a battle and you don't even know what for. A lot of wounded and missing in the Great Class War.
Nice. Love it. He knows you're on his tail. He may be sending a team or two on your way. Or team or two your way, Cat Dad. Paul has shot his shot. He's out of shots. Paul's next shot better be lead or a rod from God, bitch. Because his little tomfoolery, his little behind-the-scenes bullshit ain't ever working. It's never working. Ever. But if Paul sends a little hit squad, I'll fucking find out about it, I promise. Don't worry. Gaia will rat. She's a little snitch, dude. She snitches on lizards. She fucking hates lizards. Yeah, 3 months is longer than Timothy lasted in Special Forces because he had bone spurs. I know, isn't that so like an army guy to get kicked out of army and be like, oh, I got kicked out of army. I'm mad at army now because I have bone spurs and I couldn't fucking hack it. This totally sounds like what an army boy would do. Paul.
Working relationship and results are, you know, you see the results in the crime numbers and, you know, the apprehensions that you guys are doing.
It's worked out well.
Oh yeah, if I open the door and Paul's there, I'm going live instantly for sure. If they take out Cat Dad, we will kill Dozer Quantico. Please, dude. And that's not a threat because why would the FBI take me out? It's if they did that, which they never would. But if they did, yeah, y'all gotta kill Dozer the Quantico and get Charlie and Nancy Guthrie out of the basement. For me. McVeigh was held in the federal prison close to your place on Quincy in Lakewood. Was he in New York? I forget. Or no, was he in like Oklahoma or something? I don't know. Where's Quincy or Lakewood? Or was he in Oklahoma? I don't think so, right? Look at Paul. Look at this big old ghoul.
Well, since I've been here, that was the first thing I learned when I got here. I, try to meet with the other.
Why is Paul so tall? Paul, why so tall? Dude, if I was a betting man, I'd say that Paul Wysopal's about Timothy McVeigh height.
Federal, state, and local, and tribal partners to find out what is our relationship, how do we improve it, and a lot of it's through training, communication. You got to get out and meet those directors. If you don't get out to the chief of police and know who they are, you don't want that bad incident to be the first time you meet them.
Remember when I called the FBI and they were all mad and they were getting all frazzled from me asking about where Paul is? No, man, I don't know where he is. No. Hey, I go live and say, hey, it's my deadbeat dad. You got some splaining to do.
You have to establish that relationship. So I think there's a concerted effort on all agencies' part to get together. For one, just to give you an example, locally here, we have the Tampa Bay Area Chiefs of Police Association. They meet every...
Dude, if Paul said he had bone spurs, I'd lose it. Ah, jump scare. Sorry. Let's click that one off.
Operational backbone of it. According to Open Intel, Oracle holds a 26-year contract to build and operate the IT infrastructure.
Dude, that is some good fucking intel. I'm going to have to make a video about that. That shit's crazy. Like, dude, either there's the coincidences are literally so real or that we're so on it. We fucking, dude, we don't miss. This is nuts. And then the other thing too is that the guy who did Paul's job in Orlando, the guy who oversaw the Las Vegas shooting, what's his fucking name? But he's the goof ass bitch who then is now the sheriff of like Maui or some shit. Where is this dumb bitch? This guy, John Pelletier. Now he's the chief of police in Maui after the for the Lahaina fire. What's going on there? Became the police captain after the Las Vegas shooting, and he was the special agent in charge of the Las Vegas shooting. Look at him. Dude, he fits the bill, right? He looks like one of our guys. Kind of looks like Epstein, kind of weird. Coloner. But yeah, so this guy covered up the Las Vegas shooting that Paul instigated, it seems. Paul went and instigated his friend Stephen Paddock into doing the Las Vegas shooting, which I don't even think he really did it. I think it was helicopters. I think he was just the scapegoater. Scapegoatee. Man, I love Paul, dude. But yeah, for real. I mean, tell me the Lebensborn program isn't real. I'm not crazy, right? Like, he looks like a clone of fucking Reinhard Heydrich, who was also fucking tall. He was 6'3", 6'2", I think. I don't know, guys. Hope we're wrong. I really hope the FBI isn't up to all this trafficking and drug smuggling and doing domestic terror to its own country and all this shit. That would be truly crazy if that was true. And they're all clones and Mormons and fucking, they're all doing the 7 Mountains Mandate, doing Zionism to all of us under our fucking nose, working in coordination with the CIA and all these other fucking Rothschild industries. The warehouse count's over 10 now. Let's go. What have I been doing at night? What do you mean? This mostly. 4 nights out of the week, this is what we be doing at night. The other nights, I go to yoga at night on Tuesdays. Got my favorite class on Tuesday nights. The weekends, recharging, reading, you know. I've been watching a lot of dumb TV, and doing garden stuff. Not at night, but probably scrolling too much. What are you doing at night?
Structure for the IDF's
Oh, look at your chat before that.
intelligence campus in Negev. For clarity, that is the facility that houses Unit 8200, Israel's Signals, Intelligence, and Cyber Warfare Division, and one of the largest listening bases in the world. That is a 26-year relationship extending into the 2040s between a private American company and the intelligence apparatus of a foreign military. And that's just the intelligence side, because Oracle also...
The tungsten dick thing? I'm not sure what you mean, Dolan Void. Paul's been jaw-maxing. He sure has, Black Death. Oh, the warehouse count is at 10? That's dope. Now, what about data centers, though? We need some DEI in this bitch. We need some diversity, bro. Banks, Walmarts, data centers. I feel like data centers are the easiest thing to get everyone else to want to light on fire.
runs the Israeli Air Force entire logistics system, the supply chain that tracks spare parts for F-35s and F-16s, aviation fuel, and mutations inventory. Oracle hosts an AI battlefield management system called Fireweaver that coordinates sensors and weapons on the battlefield in real time, which means that Oracle software is making targeting decisions in the kill chain for Israeli Defense Forces. Oracle's own co-CEO Safra Katz said on the record that the company's commitment to Israel is second to none. And Safra Katz also served herself on the IDF, but that's a story for another time. Oh, and Palantir, let's get into Palantir, because Palantir, which has a formal strategic relationship with Oracle and runs Oracle's cloud, has a permanent desk inside the Civil Military's Coordination Center in southern Israel. The center is now the operation
Yeah, I got a day job. I work during the day. I don't make money from this shit. I wish, dude. One of these days, maybe. One of these days, YouTube's gonna open up the floodgates.
Headquarters of the Board of Peace. Because, you know, the same Palantir software that ran battlefield targeting during the war and flattened Gaza now runs aid tracking for the Board of Peace on top of Oracle's cloud. Isn't all this so funny? It's so funny. So I want to be very clear when I tell you that Larry Ellison is not just funding the IDF. I mean it literally.
Paul's jaw is so strong, call him Los Vicular.
His company is the IDF. And 6 of the 9 people on the Board of Peace are directly tied to Larry Ellison's network. That's who built it. So I guess the next obvious question is why? If Larry Ellison is the one moving the chess pieces here, then what does he get out of building this Board of Peace?
Oh, Walmart employees did the spray foam thing in the toilets? Nice. That's awesome.
Why does he want to build this Board of Peace? What does he get from funding the IDF like he is? Well, there is a detail from January that I think answers that question. And as far as I can tell, nobody has connected it to this Board of Peace.
Wait, you're saying the Step Brothers, our Step Brothers chorus inspired all the warehouse fires? Yes, dude. We're setting them. Dude, that's awesome. The Paul Cerberus has lit the torch of the revolution, boys.
You see, in January, the same month the Board of Peace launched, Oracle signed a deal with Lebanon to digitalize its entire public administration and train 50,000 civil servants. So think about what that means. Oracle got the Lebanon contract before the bombs hit it. It's the same playbook of what happened in Gaza, you know, except in Gaza, the process is already complete. Oracle's cloud runs the Board of Peace's operations, Palantir is layered on top of Oracle's infrastructure, and the tracks all are laid. And so here's what this pattern looks like, laid out clearly. The infrastructure goes in first, right? The country gets destabilized. Then these old systems that the infrastructure was running on, the ones that weren't Oracle, get destroyed. And on the other side of that destruction, Oracle is already holding the rebuild contract. It's with the Board of Peace. And the tech stack that ran the war is now running the reconstruction. It's a perfect loop. I mean, Lebanon is almost certainly next. The bombs are falling and Oracle is already on the other side waiting. And then there's Iran. Iran is comprised of 90 million people, and Oracle cannot legally touch any of them. U.S. sanctions.
Timothy McVicular. Paul. I love Paul. Paal. Paul's so cooked, man. I need Paul to come out of the woodwork. Like, dude, I have a feeling in the next year he's gonna like show up in the background of some FBI video, and we're gonna lose our collective minds, and we're gonna track him down to kiss him. Yeah, we gotta make a sacrifice to Pale.
have made that wall airtight for 30 years. Iran's entire digital infrastructure, its government systems, its bankings, its communications runs on Russian and Chinese platforms. So there is no Oracle in Iran, no contracts, no cloud, no pre-positioning, nothing. They're not allowed to be there. And Iran knows exactly what that means. I mean, they watched the contract go into Lebanon in January. A
revolution here would start with toilet paper. And dude, I think it's even more poetic because remember during COVID when everyone went berserk for toilet paper and we're all fighting each other for ass wiping material instead of having bidets. The revolution kicking off by lighting a bunch of toilet paper on fire is so great because it's like, hey guys, none of us need this shit. Fuck this toilet paper. Let's do this. You know? We were so petty in COVID, worrying about nothing. Now we're like, let's light all the toilet paper on fire. We should do a no toilet paper protest, no wipe protest.
watched Oracle's infrastructure move into Gaza's reconstruction. I mean,
praise be to Paula.
I'm sure Iran is looking at that playbook and then looking at their own
Blasphemy.
country and understanding that the only thing standing between them and that outcome of Oracle being on the other side of some tragedy is this sanctions wall. And 12 days ago, the IRGC struck an Oracle data center in Dubai and named Oracle their -- military target. Not Google.
Oh yeah, there is a possible. I'm putting that one at like 33% for my Freemason gang. That Paul was one of the NYPD officers at the Maduro arrest. But dude, it does make sense that, right? They might have a little secret NYPD. Paul's probably got NYPD costume in his Mesquite, Nevada bungalow, his bachelor pad. No Paul wipe soapal. Lie Paul spray, exactly.
Not Lockheed, not Raytheon, Oracle. Because they know Oracle runs the Israeli military's intelligence campus, its logistics chain, and its battlefield AI. And they also know Oracle is running all of ours, too. And tonight, peace talks with Iran collapsed in Pakistan. And the U.S. delegation
Casinos need to be set on fire, metaphorically.
was Vice President Vance, Special Envoy Steve Wickoff, and Jared...
It's so fun that you can say whatever you want and then just end it with metaphorically. We always be winning, boys.
Kushner, and Wickoff and Kushner both sit on the Board of Peace. And the detail that's easy to miss in all of this is the fact that the Iranian negotiators had set one condition before the talks could even begin: a ceasefire in Lebanon. They said on the record that the aggression towards Lebanon is aggression towards Iran, and the U.S. refused, the talks collapsed, and the blockade was announced. So Lebanon is not a separate crisis from the Iran talks. Lebanon is the very thing that broke them, because Iran understood what Lebanon was being used for. Leverage. Leverage where Oracle is already implemented. And Trump announced that the Strait of Hormuz blockade begins Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's right, 230 oil tankers sitting at the Gulf right now. And look, there's a lot going on with this war, and I don't want to pretend to oversimplify everything into one neat and tidy answer. But what I will say is that the people who built this Board of Peace that benefits from the reconstruction of these countries are the same people who are escalating this war in a country, in a region that Oracle cannot enter. And it is the biggest region in the Middle East that Oracle, I'm very sure, would love to take from China and Russia. And so when this war ends, one of two things will be true. Either the sanctions stay in place and Iran stays closed off to Oracle, or the walls come down. So I guess we'll wait to find out.
Walls come down. Tear down the walls. Tear down the walls. Did you guys ever watch Pink Floyd, The Wall? I mean, dude, so many people be listening to this fucking music, listening to Pink Floyd or whatever, and not listening to the words. All this old music, all these dummies. They be blasting the wall and rooting for fascism, bro. They're fucking dumb. Why does everybody gotta be so stupid? It's not their fault. Everybody's made to be stupid. They want us stupid. No, it is their fault. I'm fucking over their bullshit, right? No more excuses. Fuck these people.
Did I get the sudden feeling that they're training these robots to...
Oh, dude, there is a Paul-demic going on. Guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, hot tip alert, like this Paul living 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock, where does it land? Is it above an 8? It's at least an 8, right? This is pretty good. Dude, Dress to Smell, that's incredible work.
One day chase people.
They're like, no, we're just chasing the fucking long haul, or what is it? Wait, what do they call hogs? Long person? Long people? Long pig. It's people.
We do have a few things to talk about today, but first I do want to go ahead and talk about this, as another country is bringing their technology into a U.S. state, and it involves data. Now, the U.S. state happens to be Indiana,
data.
and reading this article from IndianaCapitalChronicle.com, which was published on April 13th.
Yo, hold the fuck on.
Into a U.S. state, and it involves data. Now, the U.S. state happens to be Indiana.
That cannot actually be the fucking way the words are written on this flag, right? Dude, I'm not even going to look it up because I'm going to be pissed when I find out that this is actually how the words are spaced on the flag. What is going on here? That's got to be some fucking janky ass image, right? The real flag isn't like this, is it? I don't want to know.
And reading this article from IndianaCapitalChronicle.com, which was published on April 13th, Iron Nation, Indiana, to bring Israeli tech startups to Indiana. This is, well, let me go ahead and read the article. It says, a new economic development initiative seeks to strengthen ties between the Hoosier State and Israel. The Indiana Economic Development Corporation announced Monday a $60 million investment and commercialization initiative known as Iron Nation, Indiana. Kind of sounds like the Iron Dome. The initiative aims to connect Hoosier companies, healthcare systems, universities, and communities with Israeli technology startups. So yeah, anything involving data within these organizations, especially the healthcare systems, is now going to go ahead and connect right back to Israel.
The Palantir headquarters in Miami could use a metaphorical fire. Yeah, dress to smell with the Ryan McLeod level research. Fuck yeah, bro. Welcome.
Technology. This gets even more interesting because it goes on to say that this Iron Nation platform was launched to support Israeli startups in the aftermath of what happened on October 7th, and that the Iron Nation Indiana aims to bring those investments and commercial partnerships to now the Hoosier State, which will be connected to this. Things that you would more likely see in a digital ID. And it's not just about supplying the United States medical systems or any other systems with technology, because a lot of countries do. It's about gaining direct access to information. Because I was looking up further how this Iron Dome, Iron Nation, Indiana would benefit further from this. And it goes on to say what types of Israeli companies will benefit from this initiative.
Sorry.
The initiative targets scale-up ready companies with proven products and strong growth potential. Iron Nation focuses on medtech, defense tech, and deep tech. Though it remains broadly sector agnostic, companies gain access to Indiana's corporate partners, healthcare systems like IU Health, life sciences, research universities, and manufacturing infrastructure. What kind of access? We don't know. We just have to take their word for it. But from what we know so far, and this is talking strictly the medical side, not the...
Dude, yeah, make an AI robot that can plant and maintain a garden. I want that. No, we get security dogs. We get AI security dogs and AI security drones and hog chasing robots.
Other organizations, but the partnership focuses on accelerating the adoption of new technologies such as AI-assisted diagnostics, telemedicine, remote care, and advanced clinical data management to enhance patient care and operational efficiency. I don't know, I'm just a guy on YouTube with very basic and bare bones titles and thumbnails, but something tells me that Indiana is just the beginning.
Bro, honestly, Minutes of Horror, worst title game in the business. I get why he does it, but it makes it impossible. I don't know how he even finds old content of his to talk about, because it's all named the same thing. Creepy videos that make me feel weird.
Very curious indeed. And if you're saying I'm thankful I'm not from Indiana, again, I just feel like what we're seeing is just the beginning.
Oh yeah, they've got AI robots too that can sniff out heart murmurs or whatever from 100 miles away, but they can't find Nancy Guthrie in a fucking barrel under Savannah Guthrie's house. Get out of here, right?
Moving on, but still talking about Israel, I do want to go ahead and talk about this. So this is a little weird to the point that the fact checkers had to come out of the sewers and toilets they reside in to immediately push this back. So if one were to go to Google Maps or Apple Maps and select a country, you would see all the village names and city names of that country. Like, for example, Lebanon on Google Maps, you can see the village names here. And it's like that for every country, the same for Apple Maps. Yet, if you were to go to Apple Maps and search Lebanon, you would see this. Most of the city names have been removed. It's mainly blank. Why? Why is there such a big difference between Apple Maps and Google Maps when you search Lebanon? So now Apple is facing accusations that they are assisting Israel's military campaign. Like, for example, this
It would be awesome if those hog-chasing robots were being trained to chase ICE agents.
Independent journalist Ethan Levins wrote on X, "So you're telling me a $3 trillion company cannot place verified and known town names in southern Lebanon?" And that's true. I mean, Google can do it. Google Maps can do it. He continued to say, "They purposely are erasing Lebanon's history. They can add these towns in 5 minutes." But like I said, the fact checkers are getting involved and they're saying this is absolutely not true, because Apple says the premise of those claims is false and that the locations in question were never included on Apple Maps in the first place, saying that its most detailed version of the maps has not launched in Lebanon. Newsweek and these other fact-checking websites being unable to prove either way, one would say that these claims are unverified because all they can do is take Apple's word for it, and it's not like Apple's going to outright...
There's got to be someone who has a fucking screenshot of Lebanon in the last year that has cities on them, right? We need a Paul-seeking robot ASAP. No Nancy-finding robots, no Paul-seeking robots.
Tell the truth. So the fact checkers, they rule that the claim that Apple is assisting Israel's military campaign by removing or erasing Lebanese towns from its maps as false because they cannot prove it. But the thing is...
Okay, well, Paul read my message 14 minutes after I sent it. He read it at 9:25. We sent it at 9:11. Okay, bros, so just so you know, happiest I've been in a long time. I'm great. I'm fucking living life. I'm not going to Bud Dwyer myself, okay? Right? So, Paul, next move is all on you. But you should just come on stream, dude. We got you backed in the corner like a little rat. We got Paul backed in... Yeah, praise be to Paula. We got Paul backed into a little corner like a rat. He's texting with Tyler right now. He's like, we gotta stop him. We gotta stop Cat Dad. Yeah, shirts off, feeling good. Fucking everything's great. Don't even... Don't even, Paul. Yeah, I fucking love life, bro. I learned how to breathe. I'm fucking great. Take this L, Paul. Go back to the toilets and the sewers you reside in. Paul's like, we gotta get the Gestapo over to Cat Dad's apartment and bust him now. Yeah, A, he hasn't blocked me. B, he hasn't taken red messages off yet. And, dude, I literally texted him. I texted him after I saw that he had red messages, and I said, you have red messages turned on? That's so funny. And he keeps them on so that I know that he's seeing my messages. C, he hasn't changed his number because who else leaves red messages on but Paul? Yeah. Yeah. I do have excellent swimming skills. I literally float so good no matter what. Like I could survive in the sea for hours. Like dude, I can float without using like any energy. So I'm never going to die in a paddleboarding accident like all of the chefs do for the Obamas or whatever. Yeah, and I never wrap things around my neck or doorknobs because most of the time, especially now that it's warm out, I won't even have a shirt around my neck, let alone a rope or a tie or anything stupid like that, or a belt. I don't wear a belt. I ain't wearing pants, bro. I be wearing sweatpants. Now I'm going to be wearing shorts. No belt needed, so... Sorry everyone found out that you live 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock right before he did the Las Vegas shooting. That's crazy. Yeah, and I can ride a bike with no handlebars. Yeah, Paul's on the phone with that rapist mercenary guy from YouTube. If Paul hits us with a doxing claim or something, then we'll know that he's literally watching the stream. But don't harass Paul. Leave that to me. Because we just want to harass him into doing the show. After he does the show, everyone can harass him. No, I'm just kidding. I would never say that. Joke, joke, joke. Yeah, I do like that No Handlebars song.
Cannot prove it, then just label it as unproven. Don't label it as outright false because you don't know. Because nobody can really independently.
Yeah, I'm not looking for risky thrills like David Carradine either.
Verify. I mean, the names were there before on the older systems, but again, we just have to trust Apple's word for it that the newer systems will just not show these names because technical reasons. And even if the next excuse is that Apple Maps is wonky and it's not reliable, even things like Bing will show you town names in Lebanon. I'm just not buying this excuse, even more that we have these fact checkers coming out from these news agencies to quickly push back on these claims and quickly label us as false, even though they cannot prove it either way. As soon as I see the fact checkers immediately jump on something, that to me personally is a major red flag.
You know what's funny though about Paul is I'm surprised Tyler lashes out so fast and freely, you know, whenever he gets pissed off. Because Paul's pretty good. I mean, actually, that's not really true. I think Paul's good at lying in the shadows, but he be lashing out. That intervention was Paul lashing out, bro. But yeah, I'm surprised that I'm surprised we haven't baited Paul into revealing himself. He's good though. I get why the FBI be letting him do a lot of this shit. Paul's good. I mean, dude, I bet within the FBI, he's like a fucking hero to them. They're like, oh, we can't believe that you still got this grift going, Timothy McVeigh. How has no one but Cat Dad and the Nitwitches found out that you are fucking Timothy McVeigh? You're the best of us. You're truly incredible. Will you spearhead this Las Vegas shooting where you're going to shoot like we're going to do a war with a Saudi prince or whatever, but in order to get him out, we're going to shoot like 80 people at a dumbass concert. Yeah, stream tomorrow about to be called Pale Didn't Kill Me. Oh. Dress, you can join the disco. Here, I'll send the invite. Upload it to the disco. He's a war god. Paul, the god of all psyops. I don't personally know Corey, but my discernment says he has several Catman switches set to trip. Wait, are those like dead man switches? Catman switches? Yeah, because I can't die. Not yet. Not until we reveal Paul to the world. That's our mission. That's my life's mission. That's why I was put on this earth. That's why my mother and Paul had me. Mom's gonna be so mad. That's why my mom hooked up with Paul, my dad. So I could take him down. I'm coming for you, Dad.
And that something does not smell right.
All the way to the north.
Yeah, dude, I got a paint can set up on the stairs. Paul's cooked, bro.
Border with Lebanon, Syria, and Hallelujah, which is actually included in the Promised Land. Can you believe it? All of Lebanon is included in the Promised Land, all of Lebanon, and a lot of parts of Syria, all the way to the Persian Gulf.
These moments always feel like I'm watching a documentary in real time. Bro, I'm telling you, this has to end with Paul coming on stream. I won't quit until Paul comes on stream. Paul ever gets out of here, he's going to Kathmandu. He's like, Corey will know to find me here.
So when we see those wars that are coming, that are happening, and every time Israel is attacked, we end up with more territory. Understand, this is a Yah move. This is a God move. He makes sure we end up with more territory. Now, what we need to pray is that Israel will understand that we've been back to the land, not to be like every other nation, but to actually possess the promises.
So is that a coincidence, what we're seeing on Apple Maps? I really don't think so.
It's April 14th, and it's 5 p.m. Pacific, and the Pentagon has missed the deadline to hand over the 46 UAP videos to Congress. This just came out from Anna Paulina Luna today.
What, we're talking about UFOs again?
She says that no one at the Pentagon responded until they, meaning Luna and the task force, reached out to them directly. And according to her, she said that someone did not pass the letter along to the appropriate authorities. So that's not just a delay in the process. I mean, that's a full-on breakdown because this...
Dude, if Paul ever did show up at my door, I'd give him the biggest hug. And then he'd probably beat me up and be like, he's fighting me. He's assaulting me. He's assaulting me with love. I can never be mad at Paul. Yeah, Paulith Vader.
Wasn't optional. This was a formal request with a hard deadline. And she also reiterated that the president has authorized the release. So now you have a situation where...
And dude, I've been to Oklahoma City once, and I wish that I went to the memorial. But I was there with one of the guys who interventioned me when we did a road trip from New York. We drove from New York to LA. And we stopped at Pittsburgh and all these cool small Americana towns. Not small, but like not the normal like Chicago. We went to Amarillo, Texas, OKC, Joshua Tree, Pittsburgh. Did we go to Cleveland? I think so. It was fun.
Authorization exists, but the material still wasn't delivered. We can obviously ask, where are these videos? But what's actually happening?
Dude, Pittsburgh is a cool ass city. I really like Pittsburgh.
Inside the system that would stop this from moving at all, because that's the real story. If authorization exists, what do you think would actually prevent this from being released?
To me, I feel like the Pentagon, the government as a whole, could have released anything they wanted to in relation.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Those are the questions for Paul. Yeah, Paul, have you ever been to Oklahoma City, and are you Timothy McVeigh?
Dude,
I mean, I'm so beyond it. I'm not even going to ask him because I know he's just going to lie to me. Although I do want to see him lie to me so that I can know what he looks like when he lies to me. Bad little Paul.
Aliens and UAPs, and the public, they wouldn't have known any better. And the only ones to really investigate what the Pentagon would be releasing, whether it's real information or not some made up AI videos or made up documents, would really be Congress, and Congress is still the government. They could have made up and released anything to meet that deadline, or in the case of the whole Jeffrey stuff, they could have released photos and documents with black bars everywhere. So the fact that they don't want to go ahead and release anything tells me that they really want to build up the suspense, really want to build up the drama and the hype. Like, oh look, there must be something really big that the government does not want us to know when it comes to aliens and UFOs. Let's not forget those articles that came out not too long before this, where the Pentagon was saying how they did not want this information to get out because they think that the public would believe this has connections to demons, which a good amount of us already do, but they're still playing along with that. And oddly enough, they said if this information would also get out, for whatever reason, it would collapse the banking systems. Why would that do that? The only thing I can think of is that they're going to go ahead and say that they are aware of an impending attack and people are going to panic and pull their monies out of the banks. But I mean, they have something big planned and they're building up this hype surrounding it. And I strongly do believe the notion that these missing scientists that we're hearing popping up left and right are also playing a role in this hype. Because if you look at all these cases as a whole, when it comes to these deceased or missing scientists, outside of NASA, the two main laboratories that keep being mentioned in all these cases are either Los Alamos National Laboratory or Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And both of these locations just happen to be heavily surrounded by theories involving UFOs and aliens. Like, for example, when it comes to Los Alamos National Laboratory, Bob Lazar alleged that high-tech research involving alien technology took place in the area. Like, for example,
we gotta make a Cat Dad Paul Shawshank movie. Get busy living or get busy dying. Carved into the railing, Paul was here. Paul, have you ever spent time in Wisconsin in 1986? Yeah. Paul, have you ever spent time in the, I forget what Air Force base he was, or what Army base Paul or Timothy was at? Paul, were you ever selling bumper stickers outside of Waco?
Specifically mentioning the TA-33 or other specialized
Paul, you ever been to Elohim City?
Hidden facilities. It is just way too coincidental for me, the timing between these missing scientists, the supposed alien disclosure, and where all these disappearances are supposedly taking place. It just feels like something big, very...
I saw someone, I think it was a tweet or something, someone said, if a dragon flew in, she said, we're to the point where if a dragon flew in front of my face, I'd be surprised, but not like surprised. Exactly. I would be like, oh. I don't think, can we be phased anymore? Dude, I'm going to see a dragon eat like a family in front of me. I'm going to be like, all right, well, here we are.
Big is around the corner, and we are currently in that hype timeline. You know, when right before a big boxing match, we see the two boxers arguing with each other and insulting each other to really...
Cat Dad will be mostly shirtless through like probably September at this point. Here's hoping.
Build
no, knowing the weather, it's going to be 45 in 3 days.
The drama going into the boxing match. This is what I think we're seeing here when it comes to the missing deadlines, all the articles coming out of what would happen if this information was released, these missing scientists and things like that.
What's up, America? I'm here at a Walmart and I want to show you the electronic pricing tags that can change prices based on surge pricing. So as you know, a lot of places are starting to replace...
Donald Glover's brother was in Fallout Season 1. The astronaut, the one who's still wearing his costume.
Actual paper tags with digital tags. Here at the Walmart by me, they're doing that now. So let me show you what these look like and let me show you the difference. So here's a digital tag. These prices can change at a moment's notice.
Like depending on who's standing in front of it.
And they do throughout the day. Every single one has been changed to a digital tag, so these prices will go up 3 or 5 cents depending on what...
Bro, there's no way that this is like more cost effective than just fucking replacing the little piece of paper. Whatever
time of day it is, and they'll go up when...
I mean, it's not for cost effectiveness, it's for price gouging.
More people are here shopping, and they'll go down when fewer people are here. So let me show you the difference. Here's an actual tag, and then here's the digital tag. See, they look identical, but this one is a digital tag. You can even scan it and change it, or it'll change depending on if they program it. And this is the paper tag, and this is on every single one almost. And you can see...
Okay, so we got to get some hacker dacker dudes who can fucking change all the prices to 1 cent.
Here behind the glass.
You work at Walmart and the digitags are a huge fail and expensive. Yeah, dude. And also, I'm sure that people are going to be breaking them all the time. I just want to break it looking at it right now. It's pissing me off.
So this is happening at every Walmart across the country, and this will be happening at every grocery store across the country at some point. They can literally take these prices and change them up and down a couple of cents throughout the day and make million. And then
McVeigh trained at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, with the 1st Infantry Division from 88 to 91. Then he served in the Persian Gulf War before receiving an honorable discharge. Then he did the Oklahoma City bombing. Then he did 9/11. Then he did the Orlando nightclub shooting. Then he did the Las Vegas nightclub shooting. And now he's on a fucking spree, fucking with probably dissenters. Dude, Paul's got to be cooking something big up, right? Man, what's he cooking up? I gotta know. Yeah, does it lock in the price after you grab it, or could the price change while it's in your cart? I know, right? It doesn't make sense.
they'll incrementally raise them so it'll always be higher. See, look at these prices. These prices are indicating that they've raised them and lowered them slightly throughout the day, and they have. There's videos online showing these prices changing, and they're also planning on using your phone data to change the prices as you're perusing the products. That's not happening now, but that's coming in the future.
In this digital age where everything has to be digital, I do not.
They run on batteries too. They aren't even fucking. I thought that there would be like they're being charged by, I don't know, the thing that they're sitting in. So you got to change the batteries on these bitches all the time?
Not see this for our benefit. They're going to do everything they can to raise the prices on us any way they can. Even if it's a few cents here, a few cents there, it does start to add up in the long run.
I can't be the only one to notice how fast time is going. I mean, truly think about how fast time is going. It seems like just yesterday was the beginning of 2026. Now think about this. It's getting closer to May already. We're about already almost halfway through the current year. I mean, think about that. I mean, that's wild. Like, where has time gone? Where?
Time keeps on slipping into the future.
It seems like ever since 2020.
Oh, he's got some Detroit Lions shit. All right.
Time has just went by like that.
Is that what they're called? Detroit Tigers.
I don't know what's going on, you all. I really can't explain it, but time is just zooming by. Everything feels different. Everything feels
dumb,
bizarre. Everything feels weird. Does anybody else feel like this?
Yeah, it does feel like time's zooming by and also nothing is happening, but also everything is happening. Yeah. Cincinnati Bengals. Oh, it's a B, not a D.
Is it just me? I know I
Detroit, baby.
Can't be the only one out there to notice this.
That great video came from
That's so funny.
From Truth Seeker, a good friend of the channel, and it's just wild to say that we are going into May as of 2026, and yes, it feels like just yesterday we were in January 1st, and now at a blink of an eye we're going into May, and then the month after that, we will be halfway through 2026. Where is the time going? Absolutely insane. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
You were born in the cursed Bengals fandom. All right, I wanted to see a little bit about this Claude shit, or this Anthropic shit. What was going on here?
Decided not to release its latest AI model called Claude Mythos to the full public. Now, this version is apparently so advanced it can find vulnerabilities in a huge variety of software applications, which is both a great advancement potentially for improving cybersecurity and also a huge danger if used.
But dude, for real, I feel like the week just slips by so fast. It's like, yeah, tomorrow's already fucking Thursday, dude. Jesus. I mean, it's good because it's like the weekend's here again, but I don't know. It feels like there's never any time to like regroup or do anything. They got us doing all this other bullshit, making us tired. We gotta get on this lizard downfall. But yeah, a week's ripping by for sure.
By criminals or others to hack into systems. For now, Anthropic is only making this system available to some of the biggest tech companies so they can test it and improve their own systems. The fear, of course, if it falls into the wrong hands, cyber criminals, spies, the fallout could be catastrophic. My next guest, Tom Friedman.
Yeah, the CIA
lays out those concerns in his latest New York Times op-ed with the headline, Anthropic's restraint is a terrifying warning sign. He's also the author of the best-selling book, among many others, From Beirut to Jerusalem. So, Tom, you write this is potentially as fundamental and significant a turning point as was the emergence of mutually assured destruction and the need for nuclear non-proliferation. That's a huge statement. How do you say that, and what is your biggest concern?
Well, you know, Anderson, our economy now, all our biggest systems, our water systems, our airlines, our airports, our transportation and telecommunication systems, all run on software and operating systems, as do those of every other major economy in the world that we are interlinked with. And if basically we
forgot I don't do Tuesdays and tuned in last night and got cat sad. Sorry, buddy.
We now have a software that not only is fantastically good at writing new code, but it turns out is fantastically good at finding bugs in your own code or other people's codes. That tool, that power now can be used all over the world. It would be in the hands of everyone. Imagine a world where everyone had a nuclear bazooka, basically. And because it's so easy,
I'm convinced that CERN also has something to do with the moon being on its side all the time. The other night, I was laying in bed and felt exactly like I was in a video game and nothing was real. Yeah, sometimes I feel like that too.
A threat, a cyber threat that used to be confined to intelligence organizations, big companies, was very hard and very expensive to do, is become really cheap and really easy. And that's why Anthropic.
Yeah. And Anthropic, what they've actually said, what they've disclosed is that, quote, they say the vulnerabilities this program it has spotted have in some cases survived decades of human review and millions of automated security tests. I mean, that's mind-blowing that all the current, you know, humans looking at it and all the current, you know, AI security tests that they have run programs through and software through, all of it still had bugs that were detected by this new powerful AI.
Well, you know, this is a point that my, technology tutor.
When's the latest Iran Lego video? Is it from 2 days ago?
And partner in this column, Craig Mundy, keeps making that these AI capabilities, they're coming so much faster than people realize. And that we aren't, as Craig says, birthing just a new tool, Anderson. We're birthing a new species. It's not carbon-based like we are, but silicon-based. But it is a new species that we're going to have to learn to control and collaborate before it makes us its pet. So
okay, Anderson Cooper's boring me.
Sorry, I can't even. I'm absolutely gone. Yeah.
We got to check in on our boy Clav. He almost died on stream last night. It is not true that this is a Clav-free zone. Clav's one of our special projects. Us and Woe Vicky can heal him and save him from Peter Thiel. And also we have to watch this because you guys got to see the fucking chin on this guy. All right, this is our ice cream.
I'm having a good time. Yeah, let me go sit somewhere. Dude, I'm gone.
Look at the fucking chin on this guy. Is this Paul's son? This could be Paul's son. Iran dropped a new one today. It was about Melania. Okay, I'll find that. We can watch that before bed too.
Guys, things are getting really bad for one particular streamer, and I think a lot of us have honestly seen this coming. I think we all kind of knew that it was going to get bad sooner or later, but it's manifested itself in one of the scariest ways it probably could, and I mean, This is it. This is the
Bro, Woe Vicky, he's crashing out and he's overdosing and lashing out because he's not with Woe Vicky. He found his one true love, Woe Vicky, and now she's not there anymore and he's fucking spiraling. Cincinnati,
this is potentially the beginning of the end. If something does not change here,
Clav's a friend of the show, guys.
Quickly with our friend Clavicular, he's probably not going to be our friend that much longer. Guys, the keen and observant August the Doug viewer may have noticed something over the last month or so.
Bro, this guy is fake. This is a Lego person.
Now look, if you didn't notice this, it's really not that big of a deal. I am going to think less of you, but you really shouldn't let that affect you as much as you're probably going to want to. We can rebuild. If you've really been paying attention over the last month or so, you've probably noticed that we have talked about Clavicular a lot on this channel. It feels like it's pretty much been once a week, and usually when I make those videos, it's like a funny haha thing. Clavicular does something stupid, we point and laugh, and then we get serious for like the last 2 minutes of the video, and I say something usually along the lines of like, if somebody doesn't step in at some point, shit's gonna get bad for the guy. Unfortunately, it seems like we have kind of hit that point. As of right now, it is being reported that yesterday,
Peter Thiel is gonna get this kid dead. He's gonna kill this kid. 10-11, hey, 9-11 for Central Time. Spark it up, boys.
Clavicular OD'd while he was live streaming. Now, this has not been confirmed by like Clavicular or his team, but the footage looks really bad. There was a 911 call about
Is this guy wearing a fucking... What is he wearing? Is he wearing a hat that has bangs on it?
young man overdosing at the restaurant Clavicular was at. The stream was immediately ended after his friends and his team noticed. There is footage of his bodyguards carrying him out of the restaurant, and the stream has since been deleted. So I mean, we can't say without a doubt that this is exactly what happened, but it really does seem like this is probably the case. And I mean, as unfortunate as this is to say, I feel like this is something that a lot of us saw coming. Now we're gonna look at part of the footage from the stream here in a minute. I'm not gonna be playing like the 911 call or the footage of him being carried out of the restaurant because I just don't think it's really necessary for this video. Now this is kind of a difficult subject to cover because on one hand, Clavicular is a guy who has been given many chances to prove himself as like a halfway decent person, and at pretty much every chance he's been given, he has failed. He's also a guy who has been promoting experimental peptides and illegal drugs to teenagers ever since he blew up. So I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard for me to find any sympathy for the guy. At the same time, however, this guy just turned 20.
Bro, what is this peptide shit? What is peptides, the new like protein powder? What the fuck is this shit?
a few months ago. He's been a teenager for pretty much the entire time he's been blowing up on the internet. And I mean, historically, like half of the teenagers who attain the kind of fame and attention this guy has gotten don't handle it all too well. Does that excuse any of the shit he's done? Absolutely not. The only reason I say that really is because while I'm not going to find much sympathy for the guy, I'm also not going to sit here and be like, yippee, this finally happened. He finally OD'd. I've been seeing a lot of that on the internet and I just don't really buy into that. I'm just hoping that this can be sort of a wake-up call for him. I'm not super hopeful though, if I'm being honest. Millions of people across the internet have been telling him to—
Wait, he's really wearing a hat with bangs? Someone took the whole thing on stream once? What the fuck is this guy got on his head?
Wake up every single day, pretty much ever since he got popular. So if he didn't listen then, I don't really know why he'd listen now. To be fair, I guess this gets into territory that's a bit different than what Clavicular is normally critiqued for.
Oh, wait. Is it just a headband?
Obviously, he has been critiqued for his
I'm so confused. It's just a headband, right?
drug usage in the past, but I feel like a lot of
Why is he wearing a headband?
people, myself included, but maybe it was just me though, thought that all the talk about
It's like a girl headband for like working out.
like using meth to get lean was just a joke, like shit for a clip, but
Was he like anticipating getting really sweaty tonight? Peptides are not better than meth. Copy. So if you get offered peptides or meth, do the meth. Your mom's in a peptide MLM? Wait, so moms are taking this shit too? Everyone's getting swole? Your mom's getting jacked, bro?
kind of thing breaks the fourth wall, and like when it gets outed that you're doing fentanyl recreationally, which a lot of people seem to think that's what's happening here, you might start to get a different genre of wake-up calls. I guess we'll just have to see. Please subscribe.
Nice to meet you. How are you, man?
Bro, it does look like he's got a headband with bangs on it.
What's up, brother?
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Oh my god. All right, take care, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Can you take it?
Can I take it? Sorry, I can't even.
Bro, our boy Clav is geeked.
I'm absolutely gone. Holy fuck.
Oh shit. Thank
Holy
you.
shit. Take care.
Yeah, so I mean, as you can see, he seems pretty fucked up. I'm not an expert on drugs or anything. I know that might come as a surprise to some of you, but no, I did not turn down a real medical career to pursue YouTube. But I mean, I feel like once you get to the point where you can no longer hold an iPhone, you probably took too much.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. Holy
Like, dude, this is the fucking degenerate shit that is being blasted on Twitch and stuff. Is that where he streams?
Oh my god, yeah.
But we can't talk our shit. Oh, we can't talk about Paul. Oh, you can't get the word out about Paul. But we can make everyone a degenerate face smasher or whatever the fuck. Get out of here.
No, I'm having a good time. Holy fuck. Yeah, let me go sit somewhere. Holy fuck. Let's go sit down right here. Oh yeah?
Dude, did they give him a fucking Molly or something? Bro, we gotta investigate this. Is it like one of those 90s or like early 2000s visors that he has flipped upside down? What the fuck is this thing?
Oh my god.
Does it have a lid on the back?
Holy fuck.
Okay, so I feel like it's pretty obvious that his friends and his team, like his bodyguards, are aware that he's on something. You know, generally you don't ask somebody if they're okay, like—
Dude, they gave him fucking horny goat weed. I think he's cooming.
7 times.
Yeah, he's a degeneration op from the jump. Sure, this OD, whether real or not, is meant for the stage as well.
In a 30-second span.
This dude is literally not a real person. This guy is a Lebensborn grown in a lab.
Unless you know that there's a very real chance that they might not be. And I think that this just really goes to show—
Oh, that's right. And then he goes, dude, do you want an Addy? Offering him Adderall while he's fucking tripping his nuts off.
that somebody who actually cares about this guy should really probably get involved.
This dude is zooted, bro. Yeah, hey, I just gave you a bunch of random stimulants. You want an Adderall on top of that, bitch?
With him. You know, I'm sure he hasn't made that all too easy based off some of the interviews he's given, but when somebody is losing all cognitive function in front of you, the answer is not let's go sit in a bar.
How fucked are you? What? How fucked up are you? Dude, I'm gone.
Like, dude, did this guy get cheekbone surgery? He looks like handsome Squidward.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Like, did this guy just get the Turkish like hair plug surgery? I gotta know what's going on with his hair. Bro. What the fuck is this? Is it a hairband? Yeah, this is the nightmare blunt rotation. Okay, come on. We gotta get back to the real investigation. What the fuck is going on here?
Holy fuck.
No, come back forward.
Holy me.
Oh, bro, he's mogging. Yes, zoom in. Dude, come on, go somewhere with a little better lighting.
I think the bodyguard tells the cameraman to take the camera.
Is it a bonnet?
Off of Clav, and I think it's pretty likely that he goes and tells somebody to call 911. You can see it because there's a mirror. He whispers something in the cameraman's ear, and then he walks off, and the stream ends like 20 seconds after this. Shit looks pretty bad.
How do you feel?
You want an Addy? Is that a vape? Yeah. Bro, what's going on with that hair? It's a Nike. Okay, there's a Nike swoosh on it. It is a fucking headband. This bro's wearing a headband. Why? What is going on?
When did you last take blues?
The fuck, dude? This is disturbing.
You want an Addy?
You want an Addy?
Okay, so that's pretty much all we've got. The stream ends like 10 seconds after this, and those last 10 seconds are pretty much the only evidence we have to like what actually happened here. According to Twitter users and Google, the two most bulletproof sources on Earth, when somebody says the term blue in the context of drug usage, it's referring to a counterfeit oxycodone pill that is typically laced with fentanyl. Now, apparently there are other things the term can refer to, but it seems like this is likely.
Yeah, bro slamming peptides in a thick headband. In a Serena Williams fucking headband, dude.
The case, especially since his friend asks him if he wants an Addy. Once he realizes that he's like really fucking gone. This was a big talking point on Twitter because a lot of people were like, oh my god, this guy's a terrible friend. But apparently it's a pretty common misconception that if you're ODing on a downer, that using a stimulant like an Adderall can help you. Now again, apparently it's a misconception, but it seems like his friend was trying to help him because he knew what he was on. Now, like I mentioned, that's where the stream ended, and still nothing has really been confirmed yet. However, again, the keen and observant August the Duck viewer would know that my sleep schedule has been absolutely fucking terrible for the last few weeks. So when I started filming this video, it was like 4 in the morning. Now it is not 4 in the morning. And in that time, Clavicular has gone live again, and he said this.
What happened? Nothing. I'm not gonna really get into it too much. Don't really want to talk about it, not gonna lie. Don't really want to talk about that. But I ain't gonna be doing any of that shit anymore.
So, I mean, on one hand, I guess it's kind of a good sign that he's saying he's not gonna do this shit again, but I mean, I feel
Muscle Bro's still with him.
Like that's probably the mindset of a lot of people who have a close call like this. How long that will actually be his mindset, who really knows? I mean, like 10 seconds.
Oh, you're saying, wait, this guy's wearing The handsome Squidward's wearing a wig.
While he was in Brisbane, a guy snatches looks-maxing streamer Androgenics hat and wig, exposing his true hairline.
I thought you were defending the ASU. 1 week. I just showed you. I'm sorry, bro. Fucking hell. 1 week, bro. 1 week.
Okay. How much money do you actually get? So like your clip on,
Whoa. Bro, why? No. Why? Bro, that is going viral as fuck.
Bro. These little 20-year-old twink boys, they're wearing wigs? Yo.
I just got a hair transplant, bro. Woo-hoo-hoo. All right, that's a viral clip.
That dude probably did get a hair transplant, too.
That's a viral clip and a half. Woohoo! I reckon the buzz looks better. You reckon? Because you're balding, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, well, the buzz looks better.
Yeah.
It's better than balding, isn't it?
Wait, are you like 20, 21?
25. Fuck. No, but the buzz is better than balding, no?
Is he gonna fucking... Look, he's got Taylor Swift lightning bolt on his necklace. Ooh, that lightning bolt is questionable. Bro, is this guy literally a Lebensborn?
I mean, I like you with the buzz. I love it.
Bro, I think the buzz looks good, but I've got to play the character because everyone knows me. Yeah, I suppose. With the hair. Yeah, boys, we're going viral as next with that one. Oh,
Bro, that lightning bolt is sus.
if that ain't a viral clip, I don't know what is. Shouldn't that cunt?
Yeah, the hair looks fake as fuck, dude.
I could, but then I'm trading my career for like some random subhuman.
Some random subhuman?
On X, he later addresses the incident and recreates the wig snatching moment.
Now, I feel so close to you right now.
Yo, his fucking head is fucked up, bro. He looks like he got that thing where you flatten their heads with a board. Poor guy.
The clip highlights how fragile online personas can be, especially when they rely heavily on visual
Yeah, kind of impressed that he kept it going after that. I think he just panicked, bro.
perception. Streamers are constantly under pressure to maintain a specific image, knowing that even a small slip can become viral content. In Androgenics' case, the hat and wig function not just as accessories, but as symbols of the version of himself he chooses to present to the world. When they
Yeah, dude, anyone who does this kind of fucking influencing and being a cuck and telling kids to do meth or whatever the fuck deserves to get their wig snatched.
taken away, viewers are forced to confront the contrast between the polished persona and the reality beneath it. Beyond the immediate shock value, the incident also sparks deeper conversations about insecurity and self-worth. Looks-maxing, at its core, is often marketed as self-improvement, but moments like this expose how deeply tied it can become to external validation. When confidence is built primarily on appearance...
Yeah, you gotta get a Tim Pool beanie, bro. The hair honestly looks doofy.
Any threat to that image can feel devastating. In the fast-moving world of streaming, moments like these raise uncomfortable questions about privacy, consent, and the cost of living your life in front of a camera.
Massive aura loss.
Androgenics' experience underscores the reality that behind every online persona is a real person. One who can be embarrassed,
I gotta flex
hurt,
it up like
and caught off
homie.
guard just like anyone else.
Incredible.
After he says this, he goes straight into promoting a club that he's apparently going to be at tonight. So I mean, like,
What up,
I feel like
Jimbo?
this guy is surrounded by the wrong people. Hot take, I know. But there's a difference between being surrounded by people who are just pieces of shit and being around people who are pieces of shit that can, like, affect your safety and your health. And clearly, we are dealing with the latter here. Like, look, don't get me wrong, this guy is responsible for his own actions. He's not some helpless kid, but I mean, like, if you have a team that actually cares about your well-being, like, at all, they're gonna say, you know what, Clavicular, you just fucking OD'd last night. Let's call off the club promo for the night. Let's stay in. But instead, there's some guy off camera saying, hey, dude, you gotta film.
Yeah, his name being Peter Thiel. He's like, little Clav, if you go and do the thing tonight, I'll drain your snake. After I drink your blood.
This promo, you gotta film this video. Like, this dude's in a bad spot. Now, did he put himself in that spot? Absolutely. But he's probably not gonna be able to get out of it unless he distances himself from this team and these people that he's calling his friends. I mean, when you're 20 years old and you're running a stack, you're doing every single peptide under the sun, you're drinking every night, and then you start doing opioids, you're not gonna live very long. If something does not change, this guy's gonna...
Is running a stack when you take roids?
Die, and it's going to be soon. And that's a terrible thing to have to say about somebody, but I mean, it's just true. This has happened time and time again to influencers who have lived a similar lifestyle to Clavicular. If this guy has truly been running a stack since he was 14 like he claims, and now he's drinking while using opioids to the point where you're ODing, this guy's going to die in like the next year if something doesn't change. You don't live very long doing those three things together. Nobody does. You can't. Obviously, I don't think many of us are huge fans of this guy, but the last thing I want to see is anybody die. So I truthfully hope that this guy can get the help he needs and hopefully distance himself from the people that might be holding him back from that. Well, guys, what are your thoughts? Like I said, this is pretty scary shit. This is the kind of thing that you can very easily not come back from, and not in the way that, like, oh, he's gonna lose his audience, he's not gonna have a following
Don't worry,
anymore.
bad people never die.
Like, he's gonna die and it's gonna be over. Like I said, it's good that he came back and said he's not gonna be touching that shit anymore, but I mean,
yeah,
to OD and then go to a club the next night, I don't know why that feels like such a bad decision to me, but it really does. It just seems like the kind of thing that after...
I mean, getting a stack is getting money, but I'm pretty sure I've heard, I think people do call steroids stack or something. Oh, stacks are supplement combos? Okay.
If you go through something like an OD, you should probably take a day or two to reflect how you got to that point. Like I said...
Oh my god, and stacks of fucking peptides? Of course, dude.
I hope the guy can find the help he needs, and I hope he can get away from the people who are dragging him down. Unfortunately, though, as is often the case, he's the person who's dragging himself down the most. It's hard to get away from yourself when you're a guy like this. I guess we'll just have to see what happens. See ya.
Is this it?
Epstein queen, kissing on the lips, living that scene. She says, never friends with a straight face, lie, but the files got trumped by the balls. That's why she was smiling near the ear, hand on his chest, kissing Epstein beat, while the cameras click the rest. Now she's on TV, saying we were never close, but the photos got her looking like the perfect host. Epstein wasn't just a friend, he was the key, held the dirt on Trump that nobody else could see. Every wild party, every private flight. Now Netanyahu owns the White House day and night. Epstein queen.
Did you see they had the grapes on the counter?
Netanyahu owns
the
wild party.
Look. Ah, that's pretty good.
Every private flight. Now Netanyahu owns the White House day and night. Queen, kissing on the lips, living that scene. She says, never friends with a straight face lie, but the files got trumped by the balls. That's That's why Netanyahu got the tapes, got the photos, got the proof. Now he pulls the strings and Trump jumps through the roof. Told him bomb Iran, start the war like the fuse. Trump said yes sir, no way he could refuse. Because of Melania's nights with the devil in the dark, we're stuck in this war, watching missiles fly apart. She played the perfect wife while the blackmail ran deep. Now Iran pays the price for secrets that she keeps.
Dude, Ryan, I've thought that since the beginning. When I found out about the Tool Society, I was like, Teal's name is a play on that. Because the Tool Society is like the occult shit that started that the Nazis kind of got a bunch of their esoteric shit from, right? But yeah, dude. What's Teal Kerma? I've never heard of that.
Sacred defense. Epstein Queen. Netanyahu's dream. Trump can't say no. We see the strings. Yeah. Epstein Queen. Epstein Queen.
See the Epstein Queen. Alright, let's check in and see if Becca did anything. Well, not Beach Day, Becca Day. Oh, shit.
So, Greg, what the hell is it going to take for us to get out?
Our meat was tired to make.
Hi, friends. Okay, so I want to give you guys a quick update about Amanda.
Oh, we already saw this. Well, oh, shit, it's 10:30. Alright, boys. That's probably it for tonight. What are y'all eating for dinner? I think I might just have a DiGiorno. Smash a little DiGiorno. Bing bong. Oh yeah, boys. I've run out of liquids. Yeah, I do be eating late as fuck. Eating after stream. That's okay. Otherwise I get sleepy. So it's perfect for bedtime. I don't listen to that bullshit that you're not supposed to eat before bed. That sounds like the perfect time to eat. Otherwise, your first brain isn't working during the day because you're eating and shit. I think haters just tell you they don't want you to eat at night. Yeah, usually on the weekends I don't usually eat super late, but during the weekdays, yeah. I usually eat after yoga on Tuesdays. I like doing yoga on an empty stomach. Feels better. So if I do late yoga on Tuesdays, I usually eat after. But breathe in. And out. In. Yeah, I think eating late too hits super hard. It's always nice to eat and then be like, all right, good night. Ow. In. And out. Here we go. Ready. Close your eyes, or half close them, like a cat pretending not to care. Take a slow breath in, and let it fall out of you like snow melting off a branch. Again, inhale. Feel it rise through you like sap in a tree. Quiet, patient, inevitable. Now imagine beneath you, not just the floor, not just the city, but the deep soil of the earth itself. Dark, rich, and alive. Threads of roots stretching in every direction. A hidden network. A whispering web. And somewhere in that network, a tiny pulse begins. Spring. You don't force it. You don't rush it. It just returns. Feel the same rhythm inside you. The parts of you that went quiet this winter. The thoughts that hibernated. The dreams that curled up and waited. They weren't gone. They were gathering strength. Yeah, dude, everyone at yoga, all these teachers are all at the same time because it's nice out. Everyone's going on fucking extra hard mode. Calm down, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate it. It is nice to come out swinging when the weather's nice. Sorry, anyway. Where was I? Oh yeah. Inhale. And imagine a soft green light blooming in your chest. That anahata roar. And exhale. Let it spread, slow as sunrise, through your shoulders, down your arms, and into your hands, down your spine, into your legs, into the ground beneath you. You are not separate from the seasons. You are the season. Cycles moving through cycles, breath inside breath. A tiny spring nested inside a larger one. And just like the earth, you're allowed to begin again. No permission slip. No perfect timing. Just the quiet moment where something inside you says, grow now. Take one more deep breath in and feel the world breathing with you. And as you exhale, imagine all of us Knitwitches scattered across space, little points of light, gently coming back online, warming up, waking up, growing, whether anyone notices or not. And when you're ready, open your eyes. Carry that small green spark with you. No rush, no pressure. Spring knows what it's doing, and so do you. Grow. Thanks for hanging, boys. Dude, my fucking voice is falling off at here. Sorry you gotta listen to this grumbly ass shit. I think Black Death fits in the new verse for us. Let's drive through Paul's shit.
Give back Miss Guthrie.
Come on, give her back.
Cause grandma,
please.
It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home.
She ran out of space time.
I saw the blood drop. She went out
throwing up gang signs.
Come home. Give back Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma. It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space time.
We're cruising through Paul's neighborhood. Gang signs.
Hey Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody
on some Here Comes Johnny.
Never wake up from the coma. It's how they deal with.
How far does Paul live from Nancy?
Stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real. There was no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg. It'll only cost you.
What the fuck?
Storm chasers don't watch for warning. We follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's here getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars, they get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the
What the fuck is this?
Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin, preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's
Dude, this song goes hard as fuck. Black Death went crazy on this one.
Nancy, come home. Get back.
Yeah, Savannah, you are a straight up demon.
It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space time.
We're cruising through Paul's freaking neighborhood. Come home. Please, Nance. We miss you. Please, Nancy. Hey, Savannah Guthrie.
Where's your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is a show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. Ooh. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living
on her pension.
Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wystopol to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Three's company too high, 5 grams, just vibes. Saw God in the wood, no lie. She sent us back to the tribe like, yo, Savannah Guthrie, what the fuck is you doing? After a 2-month vision quest,
Black
you still
Death.
putting back into it while we silly sibing vibing. You on TV, fake lying and crying, but the truth gonna come out soon, and Hodo just can't save you. She did it with the FBI, bent over and spewed their lies, twerked out and swallowed her pride for back shots of fame in her eyes. I mean, dude, do you really think the FBI couldn't find her fucking mom if they wanted to? Like, come on, man. They're all in cahoots together. They're so fucking dumb. They think that we're never, ever gonna figure this out, but Savannah, we know, you know, we know. Good night.
Dude, that goes so fucking hard. Good job. Great mix. Great beat, Mac. Dude, we're gonna destroy Paul with this album. Alright. Now I gotta get the next verse on my other homework done. Alright, boys. See you tomorrow. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye.